It's not 6:32. What? What? There's no way it's 6. I'm in the wrong one. There I am. Sorry, everybody. I was in the wrong stage. I was in the wrong stage. I was on the right time, but I was in the wrong place. And it must have been the right time, but it must have been the wrong place. I love that song. I should listen to that one again. I used to think that song was so good. Hi, Easily. How are you? I'm sorry I'm late. One of those fucking mornings, right? Am I right? How about those fucking mornings? I hope you're good, my friend. My theme song. There you go. Hey, Lee, top of the morning. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's usually me. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I gotta do some. I don't know what is stopping me from getting up and recording some music, but I better do it before I like croak. If I want to do these things, I better actually do them before I get too old to do them. I fucking hate that's the part of getting older that I really hate, is that you feel like you just don't have enough time, like you don't have enough runway left. You know what I mean? You don't feel like I mean, I don't even think I have 20 good years in me, right? It's going to make me 80. So, well, maybe. I mean, I might be one of those like funny old ladies. So, I'll look forward to that moment when people just put up with you because you're an old lady. I kind of like that idea. Good morning, Neil. Good morning. Happy Monday. It's Monday. Wait, we need our Monday thing, don't we? Let's get rid of this little dino over here. Cute dino. Love your dino. But it's not Smirnoff Day. I'm sorry. Goodbye. God, how embarrassing for you. Where's my Dino Monday? Let's see. Where is that? I think it's way down here. Hi, gal. How are you? How are you? Dino chasing. Yeah, that's it. There we go. There's Mondays. If it makes you feel any better. It's one of my favorite all-time memes, or whatever you call these. Is it called a meme? I think it's called a meme. I don't know. Internet culture. Blah. I have no idea what you people are all about in your internet culture. You silly children. Anyway, good morning. I have a ton of stuff. Wait, look, I've got literal. Oh, actually, I don't. Look at. I have notes. Okay. I have notes from like for Tuesday and Wednesday, but nothing for today. What was I thinking? I made notes for like, okay, that's what I'm going to do today. But I didn't do it for today. Good, it's a free for all. Actually, I've got a ton of stuff for us to read, so don't think you're going anywhere. Cuz I'm going to find some stuff. Actually, I want to look and see if there's some stuff online, because this morning when I woke up, did I get the MAGA collapse? What's the MAGA collapse? I feel like I have missed something. Hey, wait a minute. American confidence in elections. Oh my God, we're watching that. I forgot. Oh no, that's Wednesday. That's what we're watching, not Wednesday. Never mind, I got scared. Uh-oh. MAGA collapse? Uh-oh. I gamed last night for like 4 hours, and then I could not go to sleep. So it was bad. Oh, this guy. I'm so glad you found this, because this happened last night and someone told me about it on stream and I couldn't find it. Okay, good. I'm glad you found it. I'm delighted, because every time I want to watch them fall apart like little children. No, not little children, because I like children. But I want them to fall apart like big boys. Fall apart like the big boys do. All right, move this. Oh my God, that is too big. All right, I may have to move our Mondays. Hold on. Okay. Let me see here. Good morning, Badger. Best pass out ever. He broke the podium. I'm sorry. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit.
And this man stood with President Trump.
Is he drunk?
Through the toughest of times. He stood with him through frivolous impeachments. Drunk. To a rigged election. To a sham. Oh no, I'm forgetting my words. But a sham impeachment.
Oh, it's the Young Republicans Club.
And this man stood with President Trump through the toughest.
Now in a GIF. Ivanka's long neck. Wait. Oh, they made it a GIF. Oh my God. I'm going to tell you right now. That guy we should put him on watch, okay? Because he's going to be so embarrassed that he was so fucking drunk off his ass. Now, I don't know if it was it a medical thing? He got an accent and forgot his words. Wait, so was he drunk or was he did he have some kind of medical condition happen? Hi, Paulina. How are you? Hi, Kathy. Yeah, Joe never did that. I mean, did he? Wait, I just want to know. Jim. Jim's so funny. Alex Brozowitz. Oh, it's that guy. Went through some things at the NNYRC. Oh, I can't believe I missed this. I love this gala. It looked like he had a stroke. Oh, do you think he actually had a stroke? Now I feel bad. I don't want to be mad at him if he had a stroke. He sounded like he was totally inebriated, though, which it was the gala, so it is drunk Young Republicans. It's the Young Republican Club in New York. Let me tell you right now. They have, or maybe it's not the Young Republicans, is it? NNYRC. NNYRC. Something new, national, wait, New York, what? Play it again. I'm going to play it again. Oh, here, check this one. All right. Hold on. Jim! Hi, butterflies! Sorry. Oh my God. Better yet. Well, I mean, for real. Yeah, let me see. Oops, I'll watch it again. Oh my. Oh, this is. Here's Matt Gates at that gala.
With the DEI programs. And Robert,
imagine parties this good.
CEOs did with the
Hey, yeah, you know what? Don't be a Nazi and I won't laugh at you when you fall off the stage, you fucking asshole. How many times did he laugh at people in his life, did you bet? Fuck him. That's right. Fuck all those Nazis. Fuck all you Nazi cunts. I don't know what you're thinking. Well, wait a minute. Maybe I do know what you're thinking. All right. Anna for everything. She's an amazing advocate and really cares about the people of Florida. Oh, Anna Ascamani. J Rance says, hey, I wanna vote for Anna Ascamani. All right. Anyway, F 'em. I know. I'm sorry. I don't really care. A bad batch of Pervitin. Max. These women are all too old for Matt. I know, exactly. Here's the Fox report. Oh, okay. So Fox did a report on it. Maybe we'll get the skinny. Maybe we'll get to know why he fell apart. Oh my god. Really? Okay, skip it. What? Drones? Oh no, this is the wrong one. I'm so sorry. Okay, I fucked up. Trump taps Rick Grinnell. Oh, and here's the other thing. Rick Grinnell as what? As envoy to what? Special missions? What the fuck special missions does Rick Grinnell have to do? Can you tell me? Let's see. What's this? Oh, Alex. Oh, here we go. It's okay. I talked to our friend Alex Bruzewitz, and you know what he said to me? He goes, "Did I at least look cool?" I said, "Alex, you used gravity like I've seen nobody use gravity before in their lives," Kassam said. But he's recuperating back there, so give him a big cheer so he'll hear you. There he is. Alex Bruzewitz Center is escorted backstage after collapsing on stage while speaking behind the New York Young Republicans Club at Cipriani's. Yeah. So he looks okay there. So he's just drunk, okay? He's drunk off his fucking ass because they're at this gala, and at this gala, they all get fucking drunk, okay? So he's just a fucking drunk ass bitch. That's what he is. That is what he is. Bruzewitz is the CEO of consultancy firm X Strategies LLC, which states its mission to help elect America First candidates. The website says he is a prominent political consultant and strategist known for his unwavering support of Trump and the America First agenda. Oh, look, there's Scrotum Throat. The website adds that Bruzewitz has been the driving force behind the efforts to defeat Republicans who fight against Trump and the MAGA movement and works to replace them with Republicans who fight for the values we hold. Oh, so he is a Nazi. Oh, I wish actually he had an aneurysm. Actually, I would like to see him have an aneurysm if on stage. Unfortunately, he survived this one. That's right. That's right, Alex. He's a Nazi. I don't care. I don't care if you die. I don't. You're useless. In fact, you're harmful. So go away. I hope you hit your head. I hope your mother's mad at you. How about that? Before his collapse, Bruzewitz appeared to be okay while commending the New York Republican Club for backing Trump's campaign. He also gave shout-outs to several supporters of the incoming president who were at the event, including former blah, blah, blah Matt Gaetz. Well, so there's nothing. It's not, he was drunk, he had a medical emergency, nothing. Okay. Okay. Let's watch it again. Here we go.
And this man stood with President Trump through the toughest of times. He stood with him through frivolous impeachments, to a rigged election, to a sham. Oh no, I'm forgetting my words. But a sham impeachment.
I think he was drunk. I think he was drunk. I don't care, actually. I really don't. I'm sorry. These people have pushed me to the point where I don't actually fucking give a fucking crap. No substance. Yeah. Oh, he's fine. No, he's a Nazi. No, he's a Nazi. Nuh-uh, he's not fine. Anyway. So that's great. Thank you so much, Gal, because I really wanted to see him fucking bite his ass on the ground. So thank you for that. That made my day. Happy Monday, everybody. He was praising Dan Scavino's loyalty. Oh, wait, I sent you some links above. Oh, shit. Oh, sorry. Oh, here we go. Now we got it. Let's talk about Alex. Let's talk about Alex, baby. He's a dick, you can see. He's a big old Nazi. And he's gonna hopefully go to prison for the rest of his life. No. That's not how it works, apparently. It's not how it works. All right. Here we go. Na, 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 na. Andrew Bruzewitz, December 30th, 2020, on the Moonies-backed NTD network. Andrew or Alex? Oh, they're brothers, right? Here we go. Wait a minute. Matt Brainerd. Oh, my God. Alex Bruzewitz is a piece of shit. Oh, I mean, actually, a Posobiec clone. He's a private pilot? Maybe. This is from Gal in 2022 about Alex 2 years ago. 2.5 years ago. No, almost 3 years ago. Okay, so Alex is a private pilot, founder and CEO of X Strategies. And this is Alex. He's an angry elf. Oh, look, he's so funny, putting all the J6 commission in a room. I see. Okay, I get it. Oh, you're so funny. Here we go. Alex, Donald Trump, Charlie Kirk, the Babylon Bee, Juanita Broderick, who blocked me on Twitter when she was on Twitter, and thousands of others conservatives can't tweet, but the CCP, Taliban, and many of the greatest threats to the world can. So you're saying all the big threats should have access to Twitter? Is that what you were claiming, Alex? I don't know. But the CCP, blah, 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 big tech companies have launched a digital war against conservatives. Wah. But use promo code POZO at mypillow.com. I stand with Jack Posobiec. Jack Pussy Bitch, actually, is how it's called. Okay, let me see here. All right, so that's... Oh, man. Okay, so let's see. Oh, here's the it takes that she quotes. This is Alex, I guess.
Club, we have a great, fantastic... Hey guys, Gavin Waxer with the New York Young Republican Club. We have a fantastic, huge, beautiful event this evening. Rhino hunting social with the one and only Alex Bruzewitz. We're here today. We're going to kill a rhino. Well, I don't want to say that. We may get in trouble.
Yeah, we're not going to kill any rhinos. It's all a peaceful rhino hunting exhibition. There's a lot of rhinos in New York and in America, but let me tell you, Gavin's not one of them. I'm glad to be here. God bless the New York Young Republicans.
Let's keep fighting. We need more based fighters like this across the country. It's going to be a great night. Stay tuned for more.
He's a fucking groiper.
Hey guys, Gavin Wax.
Shut up, Gavin, you fucking idiot. You're another one. How about you have an aneurysm? I fucking hate that guy. God, I'm done. I'm just so done with this, right? Like, I'm so done. I can't even believe it. Let me check in. The CNN, Trump hired 200 plus foreign guest workers this year. I probably typed the wrong name. No, I think they're, I don't know, you might have, yeah. I despise all of them. You're right, butterflies. I hope he didn't fly home. What do you mean? Might have been the first time in years that Manchin helped someone. Isn't that because he's on his way out the door? What are you guys talking about? Hi, Paul J. How are you? It's a Nazi insurgency. God, it's really sad to sit here and watch kind of things happen. What's the cutoff for young Republicans anyway? No, young is what describes the pussy they're after. Come on. Come on, Max. It's about the objects of their affection, not that. It's not that, not that. Oh my God, my voice just went away, like immediately. Ah! Listen, stop it. Okay. Arg, arg, arg. I'm sure they will keep them going while blaming Biden all that goes wrong. Yeah, see, the thing is, they've already conditioned themselves. I mean, I will say this. The Republicans have conditioned their base just exceedingly well. Because not only will they blame Biden for everything that goes wrong, they'll say, "Thank you, sir. May I have another?" You know, like that. They're ready. I was listening to one of them the other night. I don't know, or the other day. I don't know when. And she's like, "Yeah, prices are gonna be high for a while. Yeah, it's not going to get red. It's not going to come right away." And she really does talk like that. I'm not just giving her an accent. Yeah, Bannon was up there saying Trump can ruin for a third term. Yeah. Yeah, Steve Bannon is a very angry elf. Talk about angry elves. That's one goddamn angry elf right there. And he is not going to be happy until he exacts his revenge on everyone. All right. So, yeah, this is Alex. It's just a misspelling.
This is a fight for us. But courage is so critical. I say that
this is what he normally
there's two
sounds
options
like
for these Republican politicians. They can either be remembered as heroes or they'll be remembered as cowards.
He was drunk.
That's really that simple. I don't think anybody
as someone who's been a drunk,
wants to be remembered as a coward.
That was a drunk.
And so hopefully they step up. I know that their constituents will not give them a free pass if they cave on our president during this fight, because this isn't just a fight for President Trump. This is a fight for us. This is a fight for our country. If we let them get away with stealing this election, I think they're going to steal every election moving forward.
Baby,
but
they
courage
didn't
is
steal
so
anything.
critical.
God, why do these guys lie? I'm sorry. I have no respect for any of these guys.
They can either be remembered
I want them all
as heroes,
to die. I'm sorry.
or they'll be remembered as cowards.
I know that's bad,
it's
but
really
they
that
made me
simple.
think
I don't
this.
think anybody that's a politician wants to be remembered as a coward. And so hopefully they step up. I know that their constituents will not give them a free pass if they cave on our president during this fight.
Right?
Because this isn't
I
just
know
a fight
this. I know
for
what it's
President
like
Trump.
to be
This is a
fucking
fight
hammered.
For us.
Pauline, it makes me sick to my stomach what he's gotten away with. And ABC didn't have the balls to stand up. Butterflies?
Moving forward. But
I'm
courage
sorry.
is so
I know.
critical.
Sorry. Alex, I'm sorry. We didn't listen to you. I really apologize. I know. Courage. Alex was subpoenaed by the January 6th committee and wrote a little ditty about how he was going to plead the fifth. Alex Bruzewicz, CEO of the Republican consulting firm X Strategies and target of the January 6th committee, pled the fifth when summoned to testify Tuesday, saying in remarks shared exclusively with Breitbart that his position has not changed in refusing to cooperate with the opposition research operation conducted by former Republicans and the rabid left wing of the Democratic Party. Oh, to the American people. Here, I'm going to read his statement to you, but I'm going to do it in the voice that is appropriate. Hold on. Oops, that's the wrong one. Okay. Oops.
Okay, here we go. Let me get on my mega energy. Mega energy, come and save me. Okay, here we go. Hi, Jane. We'll watch it again just for Jane. Okay, here we go. This is what Alex said. Hold on. Don't be so mean. Don't be mean. I can't read this. Wait, I haven't put my glasses on. Hold on. Just a minute. Okay, here we go. To the American people. 2 months ago, the January 6th House Select Committee that was set up to investigate the attack on the Capitol invited me to voluntarily have a discussion with them. I rejected their offer because the committee is improperly constituted. And because I have no knowledge about the attack on the Capitol. I know. Here we go. They know, or should know, that I had nothing to do with the violence that occurred that day. I was at the Panera. It was broccoli cheddar soup day. Hello. They know or should know. Oh, yeah, that's right. I read that. I am being targeted by this committee because of my close relationships with conservative activists, candidates, and politicians, as well as for being an outspoken advocate for the political agenda presented by Trump. Since they voluntarily requested an appearance, I have rejected their offer and appeared on Tucker Carlson tonight, RIP, to tell my side of events from that day and how the committee is nothing more than opposition research operation conducted by former Republicans. I told them I wasn't interested in playing your games. This is Alex's letter to the January 6th committee. Well, actually, he's sending it to the American people about the January 6th committee. Here we go. Wait, where was I? Okay, I told them I wasn't interested in playing their game unless it was hide and seek. And because of that, they sent me a fucking subpoenas. I got a subpoenas. Can you believe it? After a lot of prayer and some advice from counsel, I've decided I will be invoking my Fifth Amendment rights. My position has not changed. This committee is illegitimate and unconstitutional. Someone told me. Our founding, let me give you a history lesson, bitches. Our founding fathers and our founding daddies and documents envisioned this exact type of situation, one in which the citizenry could protect themselves from an excess power grab or abuse by Congress in a congressional hearing. So, to arms! To arms! To arms! Invoking the Fifth has a storied history, by criminals, and one exercised by criminals, patriots, and those on both sides of the political aisle. Democrat heroes, including A.G. Loretta Lynch and former FBI Director James Comey, have done the equivalent. Okay, maybe they didn't actually exercise the Fifth Amendment power, but they did the equivalent. So, same diff. I don't see eye to eye with Democrats very often. I do agree with them when it comes to avoiding a trap at the hands of Congress people hell-bent on destroying lives and reputations. That's my job! Especially in a republic. A non-public. Closed-door hearing. There is no merit to the committee's inquiry into me, and it's telling of this political moment that the weight and resources of the federal fucking government are being used to target political opponents in this manner. Like me. However, I understand this dangerous game that these bad faith actors that sit Adam Kinzinger in his booster seat. Adam is sitting in a booster seat. On the committee, they are playing the game of partisan political lawfare. Lawfare.
This bit must become at least a weekly part. I know. It makes it so much easier to read it. I'm sorry. It makes it so much easier to read it when we have the baby voice, because that's how I imagine that they really talk. It's like waiting for an asteroid to hit. Oh my God, Jane, that's so perfect. It's so perfect. It's so ridiculous. Anyway, yeah, that's him. This is definitely worth looking at closer. The Jefferson, one of the new Political Action Committee organizers, told the Star News Network that Jefferson Society was born from the lessons learned from the White House Personnel Office, especially the last year of the Trump administration when John McEntee led that office. Yeah. Interesting. Oh my God, I love these threads. I just have to make a point here because I don't know about you, but that mascot looks to be confused about its identity. Have you ever seen an elephant with a curly tail? Yeah, isn't that a pigtail? I don't think elephants have curly tails. Pigs do. Women on the move. What? That's so ridiculous. Is that Horny County? Oh no, Horry. No, Horry. Horry County Republican women. Thank you to everyone who made it happen. You guys are amazing. We love you. Oh wait, what time is it? Oh Jesus Christ. It's time for a hearing. Oh no, it's not. There's no hearings today. I don't think there's any hearings today. I don't know that. Let me check. No. But I have a bunch of stuff to read and stuff like that. I feel better about every time I passed out now, Paul. Oh, wait. I wanted to play that one more time, didn't I? Hold on. Here we go. For Jane. We got to play this for Jane. And whoever else might have come in late. Hold on. I got you. You're going to be able to enjoy this. This is Alex Bruzewitz. Roseanne Barr says feds are plotting fake alien invasion. Yeah, I know. I can tell that it's completely like a chud. It's like a chud distraction. They're distracting from something else. So they've got all these drone shit. It's just ridiculous. Freeland is out. Oh no, Christia? Is that Christia Freeland, I think? You guys like her, right? I need to understand Canadian politics a little more. When does Congress recess for Christmas? As of this Friday. So we have hearings Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then they're out for the holiday. Catch him! Catch him! Here we go. Jane, this is for you, babes.
And this man stood with President Trump through the toughest of times. He stood with him through frivolous impeachments, to a rigged election, to a sham. Oh no, I'm forgetting my words.
Hammered,
but
Paul.
A sham impeachment.
Catch him! Catch him! Drunk as a fucking skunk. Drunk. Aneurysm, my ass. Okay. I hope it's an aneurysm, but it's probably not. It's probably exactly, Carla. Is it okay if I drink and do this ketamine? Elon gave me this K backstage. Should I take it now that I've had 75 Long Island iced teas? Because you know New York, right? Yesterday, Frazier said he's leaving cabinet. Now Freeland. Oh my God. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Oh my God. I'm coughing. I need some coffee. We're not lucky that it's both. Yeah. We're not that lucky. You're right. Sure, go ahead and jump around on stage. Oh my God, I love it. You guys are so funny. I've had a lot of Coke. That should balance it out, right? Yeah, right? Like that works, right? It's like a Coke and rum, but not. Still have to finish the Lolo's Lounge coloring page. Oh my God, you guys. Gal is working on a coloring page that is Lolo's Lounge, and it is absolutely fucking gorgeous. I can't wait. I cannot wait. Let me see what we've got going on today. Let's see. Let's see. What do you guys think about Karen Agnifilio? Karen Agnifilio representing Luigi Mangione. I would blame Russia, but no. Yeah. Some angel dust should do it. Yeah, take this new thing. It's called PCP. All the kids are taking it. It's really a great buzz. You may be impossible to stop by law enforcement, but, you know. Trade-offs. Trade-offs. Oh my God, there's nothing going on today. Good morning to you. All right, but I have a lot. So just never mind. I want to read this. Oh my God, I have a lot, you guys. Oh my God, we have a lot. Oh, that's tomorrow. Okay, I don't need that. Na na na. Near's deal with. Yeah, I want to read that. Oh my God, I've got like 6 things I've got to read. Why is Freeland leaving? Oh, the same attorney who was representing who? I forgot. Wait. Wait, what? I would blame. Okay, that's way interesting to me. Which one? Which one, gal? Love it. I think she's a badass. You are hilarious people. We are all hilarious people, Jane. You're included in that. Oh, the same attorney who's representing who? I forgot. Why is Freeland leaving? She's doing the unpopular thing because he deserves a defense whether we like it or not. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. You're talking about Karen Agnifilio. She is a badass. I really love Karen. I love Karen. And of course, yeah, you're right. Vigorous defense. Like I'm going to be really, really interested to see what her approach is with the case. I mean, I'm really, it's actually kind of interesting to see her in action. Like, that's kind of fun. Okay, I've got so much stuff. We're going to just jump right into it. This is like, I have 4 all lined up here. Hopefully they're not like boring. Don't be boring, people. All right. This is from Just Security. And I apologize because either these, I'm going to tell you right now, the links, maybe 10% of links that I find are bookmarks that I make during the day. Yeah. The other percentage come from Gal and Teresa. So I know Teresa's not here, but I'm telling you right now, she's you guys are so amazing in sharing links with me because it really makes it. Let's be real, she's doing it for money and fame. Doesn't mean she isn't excellent, but that's the reality. You don't take a case like that. Good will rule good will rule the law. She was a podcaster. Yeah. Friedman Agnifilio, a veteran of New York City's criminal justice system, also happens to be married to Mark Agnifilio, who is helping Sean Combs with his criminal defense. No, it's just the truth. Yeah, no, I mean, it is the truth. So, yeah. Well, I guess we'll see what happens. All right. This one, I don't know if I came across this or someone else did, but I wanted to read this. Jane, I'm surprised that Freeland would exit now. Yeah, she spearheaded the USMCA NAFTA talk last time Trump was pres. Her expertise is vital. I know, that is kind of odd. Why she would leave kind of, I don't know. You know what? I would think when things got tough like that and you are already subjected to so much public ridicule, all right, let's say it's always like, you know, it's almost like at this point, shouldn't all of Christia's, or is it Christia Freeland? Isn't all of her stuff like probably out in the public now? So she doesn't really need to worry about like, oh, they're going to expose X, right? Because it's probably already out after this much time. Why wouldn't you, when the administration is, needs your help, basically, why wouldn't you stick in there and just suffer all the slings and arrows? Why wouldn't you? Because you already have to some degree, right? And today is when the fall economic statement comes out. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Gal and Teresa are they are not even like, they are the show's producers. Yeah, and in fact, a lot of you are part of the production team, if you want to know the truth. We are being fucked with. I don't know. Okay, this is a story that caught my eye. The first Trump administration used sanctions to effectively in Africa. Here's how that can resume in the second term. They tried that. Teresa's a badass. They tried that years ago. Her grandfather in Ukraine fought with the Germans, so the cons tried to. Oh my God! See, this is the thing. Like, why? Just go, girl. Just balls to the wall. Let's do it. Like, I would be like, okay, tell me what else I am. You know, like it's just a bunch of fucking. What's going on here? It's just a bunch of fucking bullies. You know, like I'm fucking sick of it. All right. This is from the 13th. And you, gal, take your flowers. Absolutely. Trump's having a press conference? Oh my God. Really? Okay, hold on. Oh, this is what the next 4 years, well, the next 40 years are going to be like. Dumb. Dumb. Where is he? Where is he? Is it only on RSBN? Sorry, you're now only on RSBN. Oh, it is RSBN. Holy shit.
Of humanity as God and humble himself before us
I love
to come and
these
save
guys.
the world, literally. And again,
These
born
guys are so
to
fucking
end up
horrid.
suffering a horrible, horrible death by Roman executioners and the empire in order to open up that veil.
Hey, kids,
and bring
it's
heaven
a
and earth
history
together.
lesson.
That's what the season is all
He'll
about.
mention that
So
15 months.
something
Oh,
to
he
remember
will.
is President Trump puts together
But in Ukraine during
oh,
World
wow,
War II,
perhaps
it was
one of the
side with
greatest
Germans or side with
cabinets
Stalin.
in modern
That's right.
American history.
Do you know what
So we're
Stalin
only
did to the
9 days
Ukrainians?
from Christmas and Hanukkah as well,
Stalin
and other celebrations.
was
We're 16
horrific
days
to
from
the
the New Year,
Ukrainians.
35 days from
I don't think they
Inauguration
sided
Day.
with
So,
the
of course,
Germans.
looking
I think
forward
they
to
were
all
in
of those,
self-preservation.
great moments in time. So
Oh, they were
Birch
so
Gold Group's one of the
hilarious
big
after
sponsors
Alex
here
passed
at
out.
Ringside
Why was I
Broadcasting.
not
What I'd
watching
like
that?
to do is text Trump
How did I miss
to
that?
989898 for more information. A free info kit
How did I
on
miss
gold,
that?
silver, precious metals, tax-sheltered IRA, 401k.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Bobby,
Christmas
you know about
silver
this silver
giveaway,
coin.
kids.
I love that coin. It's a great coin, and President Trump loves it himself too.
He loves
Exactly,
it.
and you'll get a free
He loves it.
coin you see there on the screen there.
You
the free
did?
silver
Damn
American
it. I'm
Eagles
sorry.
with,
I must have been playing
purchased
my
by
game.
December
God damn
20th,
it.
so only a few days left, only 4 days left, with a purchase
My
through
fault.
a product at Birch Gold Group. We'll speak much more about the great company a little bit later in the broadcast, including we'll have an RSBN economic report where we're interviewing Philip Patrick with Birch Gold Group. That'll be later in the week. So
great.
looking forward
Can't
to
wait.
doing that. Also,
the gold guy.
of course,
Thank
this press
fucking
conference will
God.
start in about 45
Love
minutes
it.
from now.
45 minutes?
In Palm Beach, Florida. President Trump holding, is this his first
Okay,
now
boo-boo.
press
We're going to keep you on the side, and then we're going to come back, because he's going to be at least an hour. If it's 45 minutes, he'll be at least an hour. Sided was my word to save characters. Ukraine had little choice. Yes, right. Yeah, it was really, it was. I was just watching the Stalin documentary the other day, and I know Bannon was scary. Wait, yeah, okay, hold on. Oh, it's so hard to pick him up from there. Okay, hold on. Let me get this. Let me do this. Na, 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 na. Right. Oops. Oops, I did it again. I played with your heart. All right, here. And there. And here. Right, here we go. Oh, I could just do this. Mama, 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 mama. Uh-huh. Okay, here we go. Oh, ship. Then a Hungarian Nazi with a terrible mustache came up and did a full-blown Nazi stuff. Oh my gosh. No, no, no. I'm so glad. No, I want to watch it. I want to watch it. Thank you. I want to watch it. Everyone else was in black tie attire, Bannon in his usual outfit. I think he sleeps in it. I think that's his skin, Max. I think it's worse than that. I think it's his skin. I watched a documentary about Xi Jinping that was really good. Really? Oh, if you have the channel or wherever you watched it, let me know, Butterflies. That sounds good. I'd like to learn more about that. About him. Okay. God damn it. These keep going out. Okay. I have to smoke some weed. Oh, hello. Uh-oh. My lap pirate. PBS? Excellent. Excellent. I'll take a look at that. I don't smoke weed, but I need to smoke some weed too. Jane. Only if you want to. Oh my God, this cat. Get away from. Okay, you can stay right there. Perfect. Perfect. You want to lay down? Lay down. Find your spot. Find your spot. That's not your spot. Hi. 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 I love you. All right. Na, 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 wah, 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 wah. Okay, there you go. All right. There you go. Oh. Oh. All right. You, whoops, you're going to move down here. And then you, little guy, where are you? Are you hiding? Hiding? You're going to go up here. Right there. Okay. All right. Let's read. Let's learn something. Badger and Jane, what irritates me is that I don't know which media outlet to watch to get the real story. I fear CTV Global, Globe, and Mail Post Media will spin it as Trudeau on the ropes. Yep. Well, this is so this seems to be like a global thing. Isn't that interesting? Isn't it interesting how much it seems like a global thing? Okay. In his waning days in office, President Joe Biden chose to take his first and only trip to sub-Saharan Africa to, among other things, announce funding for multi-country Lobito Corridor rail project. The idea is to counter Chinese investment in minerals and infrastructure across the continent. In committing to the project, he declared, "Africa is the future." Yeah. The global thing is because of Bannon. Yeah, that's a good point. We need to talk about. I don't know. I love talking about that stuff. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. No, there's nowhere to go. No. There's nowhere to go. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Get on the bed. Get on the bed, kitty. Okay, listen, Max. You and I both know this. The Chinese have an incredible head start in Africa. Basically, they practically own part of Liberia, like the rubber trees and all that. So, I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, they've been there. They've been there. So we're so late to this game in terms of actually helping countries or, whatever. Now, I know we would do it the same way they do to kind of colonize. So I don't know if I don't know what the hesitation is to actually provide infrastructure for other countries that I could see Liberia, for example, really benefiting from, like help with infrastructure and for them to be an independent infrastructure where they're not reliant upon foreign actors. Like the Lebanese are big in Liberia. They own a lot of the businesses. In fact, they own practically all of the businesses in, or a lot of the businesses in like Monrovia and things like that. The Chinese own a lot of land and other things. So it's, there's a lot of players in Africa that own or run parts of their industries and stuff like that. And I don't know. I don't know what the right approach is, because I think it's tough when you're, like I have rethought my whole approach to global development, because I don't think, as a white person, I don't think I should be over there. Sorry. I think that people in countries should be, empowered and financed to do their thing. And they have, yeah, Neil. The Chinese have definitely been helping African nations build infrastructure, roads, and the whole belts and roads and all that. It's all about securing access. Yeah, it is, and yes, it absolutely is. It's absolutely about the next colonization of Africa in some ways, and I don't know. I certainly hope we fucking figure out a way to stop that and empower countries to develop on their own and get the fuck out of the way. But okay, well, we're clearly not going to smoke that right now. So my brain has literally gone offline. Yep. I mean, it's just, I just think we need to stay. I think we need to just give people enough money and give them whatever technical support they need, Chris Rock's monologue on SNL was all about that. Yeah, I mean, that really is, I'm sorry. Oh, now sub-Saharan Africa is going to be like the best thing ever. Like, oh, really? Well, they've been waiting for some help. So thanks. And in the meantime, other countries have come in and said, we'll control this part of your economy. Chinese seeks resources, help African countries build road bridges. I mean, yeah, it just all makes, it just makes sense. From a business standpoint, not from a humanity standpoint, but from a business standpoint, I get it. All right, that's nice to hear, but such declarations need more substance to them, lest it become, if it hasn't already, an empty cliche. That means many more examples of U.S. and allied investments and forms of engagement across the continent, and not solely in a scramble for minerals access, but in other sectors. It also requires far more willingness to establish clear and principled rules of engagement, with costs imposed when those are violated, especially by Chinese and other actors. So, as most everyone in Washington and the globe focuses on how the next Trump administration will deal with the massive web of sanctions in place against Russia, how it will strengthen its maximum pressure approach on Iran and perhaps Venezuela and Cuba, and most intriguing of all, whether and how it will rev up actions against China. It is worth adding to the mix how the next Trump administration considers use of sanctions across the African continent. If the past is at all prologue, these will be worth watching, not only for how they impact some of the most challenging and promising contexts on the globe, but potentially as some of the more focused and effective sanctions measures and strategies. In sum, the Biden administration did not make optimal use of the sanctions tool when dealing with conflicts and crises in Ethiopia, Sudan, Eastern Congo, or across the Sahel. Although we can never know whether sanctions would have changed course, we do know the situations in each place have become increasingly problematic and concerning, rather than less so. There were also a few actions taken in context with less violence, but where sanctions could have played a helpful role in disrupting harmful and entrenched networks, or imposing costs on those who violate human rights or democratic institutions. Similarly, in the tenor of the Angola trip, sanctions that could have helped to counter strategic competitors that often rely on bribery and corruption, such as in the natural resources, critical minerals, and procurement construction sectors, were also left on the table. Maybe he wants us to build stairs. Look at the humongous port, that China just completed in Peru. You're right, Jim. To be clear, as I have argued recently here at Just Security, sanctions for sanctions' sake rarely have the desired impact. Rather, sanctions are most effective when integrated into a holistic strategy and part of a broader set of tools, rather than just a reflexive or reactive choice. There can be a range of consequences to any sanctions actions in a specific country context, and the more clearly those are thought through and prepared for, the more beneficial to the policy. There are also broader concerns, for example, that the overuse of sanctions may drive countries away from the US dollar and financial system, but that continues to be more a theory than reality, especially as natural resources continue to be denominated in dollars, as the most recent SWIFT data shows, which is SWIFT is the international transfer system, for those who may not know. Moreover, establishing clear lines and rules of the road for engaging with the United States in the present can just as easily strengthen the U.S. role in the future as weaken it. In the end, the key to it is to ensure, hold on. I'm a little my throat's a little blah. Last inhabitable is better than Mars. Yeah, it's true. Moreover, establishing clear lines and rules of the road for engaging with the United States in the present can just as easily strengthen the U.S. role in the future as weaken it. In the end, the key is to ensure that once all this thinking and preparation is done, decision makers take the difficult steps and act, rather than find reasons to keep waiting. Trump's first record. From 2017 to 2020, the Trump administration imposed a series of sanctions actions related to the Democratic Republic of Congo as part of a high-level push to ensure that warlord Joseph Kabila did not run for a third term, and South Sudan to ease then-raging civil war. The administration also used sanctions to establish accountability for broader corruption and human rights issues that made significant impact in countries like South Africa, related to the Gupta clan, and the Gambia, related to the former dictator Yahya Jammeh. This is not to suggest that there were no concerns with the Trump administration's policies related to Africa, and there were undoubtedly other critical actions that were not taken. Overall, though, the use of the sanctions tool during those years was constructive and forward-leaning in advancing policy in key contexts. Trump 2. Overcoming Biden administration misgivings. To be sure, the Biden administration did take some important steps on sanctions related to Africa, and there is still time for more. For example, corruption and human rights related sanctions in Liberia were well received by the population. Really. Elements of the sanctions efforts in Sudan and to counter Russia's Wagner group proved useful, at least as temporary disruptions, which is often the best outcome. And an unprecedented termination of a stale sanctions program in Zimbabwe and transition of key Zimbabwean targets to the global Magnitsky program helped focus attention on the key areas that sanctions could actually impact and to remove an obstacle to regional policy and public diplomacy. The strong action taken on December 9th against a gold mafia network reinforced the type of actors the United States could address, those greedily stealing from a struggling country's coffers and enabling corrupt leaders while living lavishly elsewhere. Well, okay, I'm going to tell you right now, having lived in Liberia for a very short period of time, that country operates on corruption and bribes, literally. I know that from firsthand. So I don't think, those are inter-country, so I understand if it's like foreign actors, that's who you're trying to take sanctions against. I guess I understand that. But the government was also pretty hard on the people. So, I don't know. But despite these positive actions, a number of persistent misunderstandings and misconceptions dog the potential to impose stronger and more impactful actions, not just to advance U.S. interests in various African contexts, but as a way of contributing to broader global policy. Here are some ways the next Trump team can correct course and perhaps pick up at least this aspect of where they left off. Well, let's see if this is true. Is there a golf course there or a hotel? Number 1, see sanctions as more than name and shame. Many policymakers still see sanctions mainly as a name and shame tool, although that can be one result. It undersells the role of sanctions and can lead to poor decision making about when and on whom to use them. Can't even count the number of times I got shaken down for bribes by cops or soldiers or government officials. Buy me a beer, they would say. That's right. That's right, Max. Every damn day. But this often belies a lack of understanding of how the global financial system works, the role of the U.S. dollar in foreign markets, and, or at times, just insufficient training or exposure to good uses of the tool. The Trump administration should ensure there are officials in place who understand the financial system and the economic impact sanctions can have over time. His announced nominee for Secretary of State, U.S. Senator Marco Rubio, and National Security Advisor designee, Representative Michael Waltz, do understand sanctions well, and it will be essential that those in charge of Africa policy have similar experience. It's so interesting that we just kind of go, ooh, okay, well, this is normal. This is all very normal. Okay. Good morning, Oomph. How are you? Reevaluate the importance of access. Policymakers and diplomats too often think mainly about the short-term disruptive results of sanctions, such as the temporary or even the long-term disruption in diplomatic access, when the inevitably leaders in the target country get upset. Yeah, she was there. Yeah. If access is, she was in, where you were in Zaire, right? If access is prioritized in the face of policy failures, it is important to ask precisely what value the access is providing, especially in countries where leadership take actions more seriously than threats. That is, short-term access disruption may actually lead to more serious relationships over the longer term because the consequences are clear for the counterparts. And if sanctions can help establish clear and firmer lines for the price of access to the United States, then that will be a positive shift and one that Trump... Okay, so listen. I can't read this. Is this an opinion piece? What is this? Brad Brooks Rubin. Who the fuck are you, Brad? Brad is a partner at Arcturus, a boutique law firm specializing in sanctions, anti-money laundering, and regulatory advice. He was, okay, so he is well knowledgeable about the area, but does he really... We also held a role at the Gemological Institute. Well, that's cool. And he's an adjunct professor at Georgetown. Do sanctions work? It depends. Burma and the West Bank might be. Fighting the international thief with global Magnitsky. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I can't read the rest of that. I just can't. I'm sorry. It's like, okay, this seems like a fantasy. Okay, I'll just run through the rest of it. Okay, reevaluate the importance of access, such as the temporary or even long-term disruption in diplomatic access. Okay. Have patience and vision in order to have impact. See, here's the thing. Here's what's holding me back from buying this. Also, Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda, and Kenya. Ooh. Really? Yeah. Max has a much wider experience in Africa than I do. I have very limited little tiny baby experience. But we experienced a lot of the same things. Ooh, for movie night. Ooh, okay. I can't watch trailers. They'll shut my throat down, but I'll take a look at it. Here's the thing. This man obviously is an expert in sanctions. No problem, gal. No problem. Be safe. I appreciate this man's expertise when it comes to how sanctions work. I might be able to. Oh, you know what? I might be able to. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Oh, we'll just do it.
This
It doesn't matter. I can just cut it out.
Lincoln said, "They wish to get rid of me, and I am sometimes half disposed to gratify them."
Oh my God.
We are now on the
Oh, I
brink
want
of
to see
destruction.
this.
It appears to me the Almighty is against us, and I can
Is this
hardly see a
on?
ray of hope.
If I had not come as the CEO of the campaign, Trump would not have won.
And that's a fact.
The White House, there's no glamour to the job at all. I hated every second I was there.
Just stay focused.
I'm on a mission to convert as many people as possible.
You're part of a worldwide movement.
This is the international thing.
Take out the sword and throw away the scabbard.
I'm
He is a problem.
in this film. This is what I've done for 40 years. How you doing? Every nationalist party that looks viable, I'm trying to help.
The key point is immigration. Islam,
so-called refugees. The real battle isn't in Washington. This is the future of all our states.
It's time for action. Yes, it's a global revolt.
What did I just watch? Are you now consulting for the National Rally Party?
In your point.
Some of the people you're doing business with here in Europe are connected to neo-fascism. Energizing hate black people, hate Muslims is not right.
I actually thought I was doing the Lord's work.
Who is funding this group?
You're doing dog whistle anti-Semitism here. People find it deeply offensive.
Just because you state it doesn't mean it's true.
Will you shut up?
Oh my God.
I'm about one thing. I'm about winning.
Nigel Farage is a twat. Oh, wait. So that's coming soon? Wait. Oh, 5 years ago. Oh, this is on. I know this movie. Okay. We need to watch that. We need to watch that. You guys want to watch that on Wednesday? We could watch that as part of our documentary Wednesdays. Yeah, we should watch that. Definitely. Nigel Farage is back, baby. He had the failed little candidacy, but it wasn't failed. It's actually exactly what he wanted. He wanted it to work out like that. So I was watching a speech he gave during those elections, right? The British, whatever. And he's like, "Hey man, I didn't expect to win. I just wanted to mix it up." He's such a dick. All right, this is the X account. Oh, it has clips. Yeah, I think we need to understand. I think Steve Bannon is a key. Obviously, he's a key player. Oh wait, is this? We're just on the. Oh wow, looks interesting. Red Ryder was a team. Oh my gosh, I could get totally down that. I want to watch that. But quickly wrapping up the Africa thing. The only issue I see with this, right? The only issue I see with this article, and I totally defer to this man's expertise when it comes to how sanctions really work in the real world and everything, is that the motivation for a Trump administration around African countries, I would hazard a guess, is exactly the same motivations that the Russians and the Chinese and whoever else, all of those people, we all share the same motivations. That's my problem. Is that we have, the German government collapsed. That's right. I forgot about that. Anyway, had a space program in the second to none. Then they also had. I didn't know that. So I think that's the problem. Is that our motivations as a country under Trump and under anyone? I mean, I don't have confidence in any administration right now to really handle Africa or approach Africa as a partner or as a, with non-colonialism, right? But that's most certainly not what the Trump administration is going to look towards Africa. They're going to look towards Africa as an ATM. I mean, I just think it's stupid to think otherwise. And so this man seems, somewhat Pollyanna-ish about sanctions and what the Trump administration is capable of doing, given what they did in their first administration. But it's almost like ignoring the obvious, which is what is the motivation that Trump et al. Have already displayed when it comes to other countries. It's either isolationist or it will be a way, because he said it all the time. Why didn't we just keep the oil? So it's all about the natural resources. So these are pretty words. These are really pretty words, and I appreciate his expertise, but I cannot get over the fact that this is about the motivation that these people have in relation to these countries. I was briefly, for a few months, I was in Liberia because my job with a school in Liberia, girls' school, was to help the Liberian-based staff run their operations from Liberia, because at the moment that I entered the organization, they had some financial support team, like a small team of financial support in the United States. And the desire was to have the Liberian staff take over the operations of the school and the finances and all that good stuff. So my job, I was COO, but it's a very small organization. And I went over there just to kind of work alongside the staff to get them, like trained on operations and compliance and, all the good stuff that they do in nonprofits. So that's why I was there. And it just, I saw, like that country is just really battered and not, it's just battered. And it's a beautiful, it's one of the most beautiful places on the earth. And the people are just some of the most wonderful people I've ever met. They'll be lifelong friends. But I don't see any government right now doing right. I don't see any government doing right by them. Because I was there during Ellen Johnson's presidency, and it was fucking horrible. And there was bribery was rampant. Children were not being protected. Absolutely not. The justice system was a joke. The mayor of Monrovia, which is the capital city of Liberia, every year, and did it while I was there, so I got to see it, would send bulldozers into the capital city because the entire, no, I shouldn't say that. The local economy, if you will, is very much street vendor and, putting up your little shack right on the street and selling whatever it is you have, or changing money or doing whatever, right? All the businesses are really done on the street. So every year, the fucking mayor of Monrovia, who's a woman, by the way, or was, would send bulldozers throughout the city and bulldoze people's stalls as a cleanup. Bulldozers. And this happened every year. Oh, and she also organized so that child sex slaves, which she would call prostitutes, would be paraded through the streets to be shamed. So I'm going to tell you right now, that was during a fucking democracy. So I feel like in that experience, I felt the balance was very delicate between oppression and whatever, free will. So I have very little confidence that whatever, diplomatic bullshit the Trump administration, if that you can even call it that, comes up with. So I I didn't experience mob justice in a crowd. I did experience a lot of former child soldiers who were hooked on drugs in Monrovia. And you could, I did walk down the wrong street once and had to talk my way out of it, which was fine. I did. It's just people strung out, right? Like it's people, young men who have gone through incredible trauma. They were child soldiers. Now they're just lost. It's wild. Someone else accuses of someone of stealing and the mob chases them down. I could see that very easily happening, Max. I could see that very easily happening. Yeah, so that's, that's democracy. That can be a democracy too. That's not even one of the countries that is particularly rife with current day, but perceptions of violence. But it can be a violent place. Anyway, old piece on Bannon. Oh, good. I want to take a look at that. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, Africa. Demobocracy. Demobocracy. Don't yell out thief lightly. Shit. Yeah, you're right about that. Oh, this is a ban in 2020. I have power. This is from 2017. That's interesting. I want to read that. Yeah, it's just it's I don't know. I don't know what the answer is really. I was just as much a part of the problem being over there, as anyone else. But I don't know. Hopefully, I really have really great hopes for that continent, frankly, because I don't know. I had one of the most amazing experiences of my life. Off topic for a laugh. Has anyone had any injuries related to use of tech like excessive remote thumb clicking? I actually had to break out the ice and gobble ibuprofen. No, but you know what I have done before, Paul? You know what I have done? I've opened a catalog, like a paper catalog, and I have literally pushed on the picture to get more information. I'm not kidding. So how about that? Does that make you feel better? Oh, do you have carpal tunnel? Oh, I don't know if I have carpal tunnel or not. But that's terrible. Actually, carpal tunnel is horrible. It's so incredibly painful. So incredibly painful. My one Peace Corps friend used to say God lives in Africa, but I knew what she meant. Yeah. I always try to scroll down on Lolo's docs. Wait, what? Not since my BlackBerry. What? Now where I live, I have to dodge foxes and deer when I'm driving down the road. In Africa, it was a little different. I never ran into wild animals. There weren't a ton of, there were a lot of monkeys. And there was this place right off of Monrovia, this little island called Monkey Island. And people would always take their boats and go around Monkey Island. My friends did it one day. I didn't go because I don't really like monkeys. I mean, I don't like monkeys up close. And apparently when you go to Monkey Island, of course, you get attacked by the monkeys. I mean, it's just so weird. My wrist and thumb look like I took a fall. Oh, Paul, that's terrible. I'm so sorry. Ice, ice, baby. There were a lot of roadblocks. Oh my God. I told one guy in a big military suit once out in the bush. He stopped us when we were on our way to the surf spot to just have a weekend away. And he's like, I need your passport. And I said, no, you don't need my passport. So it's not going to happen. We're going to continue on our way. Thank you. So yeah, it took a minute, but I was like, no, I'm not doing this. No, you cannot have our papers, you fucking idiot. Get the fuck out of here. So anyway, I've tried to zoom in on physical pictures. You're not alone. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not giving you my passport. It's not going to happen. Not even going to happen. Not even close. Okay, let's see. I want to, hold on. I'm going to come back to this. Where is it? Where is it? Where is the joy in my life? Where is the joy in my life? There it is. Where is the joy? Sorry. I'm going to stop. Okay. Hold on. I'm getting silly. Okay, wait. That. That's tomorrow. What's this? Oh, I kind of wanted to read this. Oh, yeah, I really wanted to read this. Oh, this is for Wednesday. They're going to have a joint hearing on Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday. They're going to have a joint hearing on Wednesday. I know, and I like how they talk to each other about Jesus. That's what I like. Is that they talk to each other about how God is just like trying to help them. I think it's partially related to my cervical stenosis. Oh no. No. Rocking the van. Yeah. Running barricades, Max. I ran a couple barricades at night because I'm like, nope, not going to stop. We'll drive around them. Give me one place to put my car through and I'm going to take it. The Trumpy trout. So I want to, there's going to be a joint committee on Wednesday about the tariffs and the Trump's tariffs. And it's both, it's both the House and the Senate are meeting together. So we're going to watch that on Wednesday. I'm really, I'm really excited about that. You know, that's how I get excited about things. Oh, well. This I also wanted to read. I don't know. Oh, wait, I don't have it. Oh, shoot. I can't. I hate paywalls. I know they're important, but I hate them. Okay, when's this from? Oh, this is 2017. I wanted to read that too, but let me go ahead and hold on. Okay, we want to read his. I want to read Jim's piece on Peter Thiel too. Okay. That would be interesting. The hippos were the scariest. If you get between a mother hippo and a baby, you're dead. Yeah, I never really got on a boat. Oh, nerves are getting stepped on in my neck. Oh, Paul. Okay. Oh, okay. Hold on. I'll do it. Hope it's worth it. Let's see. Oh, it's Bloomberg. Here's the what's going on? All right, hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. I'm coming. There. That's the one I'm looking for in case it comes up. It's a Bloomberg article. Yeah, Lee had a birthday weekend. I sang to Lee last night, but I'll sing to you again today, my love. One time at the airport, this Japanese guy was like, Japanese people do not pay bribes, and his luggage ended up in the wrong city. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you do pay the bribes. Yeah, you do pay the bribes. And it's not really that, controversial. Like, people bribe people all the time. It's a way of doing business. It's actually not. It's built into the cost of doing business. Ooh, have you tried traction? I used gravity boots on a pull-up bar when I had a disc issue in my neck. Interesting. All right. I want to read. Not that. Not that. Ah. I'm missing something here. Where did my Putin story go? Where did my Pooty story go? Wait a minute. Where's my Putin? Okay. This is from a few years ago, but in the interest of context, back in tariff hell for a few days, then vacation through January 4th. Fuck yes, Lee. Well, get ready, girl, because we have a ton of fun planned for December. We're gonna the Lolo's Lounge crew we're gonna rock our way out of 2024 and into oblivion. That's right. We are. Happy birthday, dearest Lee. All right, here we go. Let's see. What do we got? There we go. There's little Pooty. This is from years ago. He was looking real good then. Not like now, where he's all white and pasty. Like a little pastry. So, Lee, is it true we need to buy computer and phones like now? I am actually going to replace my phone because my phone has like, well, I don't know. I can't see that you can see it, but here we go. My phone is like, look at the hole in the bottom of my phone. Like, that's a hole. I'm on borrowed time. So I'm going to have to get a new phone before the end of the year. Because that thing's going to shit the bed. I'll be able to check in from the UK. Fuck yeah. Yes, but you should. It's going to be a C-SPAN Christmas. Yeah. Putin's real long game. That's right. He has a real long game. Not little baby long game. Ooh, both of mine are nearing the end. The update service window. Oh, this chat is so interesting. So many different experiences. I know, right, Jane? That's my point. This chat is multifaceted. We've got a lot of stuff. We're serious adults here. No, I'm just kidding. I have those blow up neck traction things, but that sounds better. I have a hanging bar. Just be careful. Be careful. Oh my God. You know, I woke up at 6:05 this morning. Do you know my cats kept me up most of the night? I went to bed late and then my cats kept me up all night. Because they're assholes. All right. Putin's long game. God damn it. This is from January of 2017. I know. We go back in the Wayback Machine sometimes. All right. Molly McHugh advises governments and political parties on foreign policy and strategic communications. She's a registered agent for Georgian President Saakashvili's government, which she advised from 2009 to 2013. They suggested surgery. Oh. Ooh, yes. Do troll Farage. Ooh, delicious. Oh, you should hook up with Insider, Lee. Oh my God. You should see Insider. Oh, I would love to give a hug to Insider. You should find him. He says he's in London, so maybe. And for former Moldovan Prime Minister Filat, who has been in prison since 2015. Oh, boy, you're great. You're really good at what you do, aren't you, girl? Sorry, just kidding. A little over a year ago, on a pleasant fall evening, I was sitting on my front porch with a best friend described as a Ukrainian freedom fighter. He was smoking a cigarette while we watched Southeast DC hipsters bustle by and talked about the war, the big war, being waged by Russia against all of us, which from this porch felt very far away. I can't remember what prompted it, some discussion of whether the government in Kyiv was doing something that would piss off the EU, but he took a long drag of his cigarette and said offhand, Russia, the EU, it's all just more Molotov-Ribbentrop shit. Oh, Molly McHugh was on the 5-8? Oh, cool. I have a mutual connection to David Cameron. I'll see if I can connect. Oh, that would be so great. I know he'd love that. But of course, I know it's also hard to meet people when you're traveling. I find it very challenging sometimes, but his casual reference to the Hitler-Stalin pact dividing Eastern Europe before World War II was meant as a reminder that Ukraine must decide its future for itself rather than let it be negotiated between great powers. But it haunted me, this idea that modern revolutionaries no longer felt some special affinity with the West. Now, this is 7 years ago. Keep that in mind when you're listening. This is 7 years ago. Was it the belief in the collective defense that was weakening, or the underlying certitude that Western values would prevail? Oh, remember those days when we assumed things would happen? Those were the days. Months later, on a different porch thousands of miles away, an Estonian filmmaker casually explained to me that he was buying a boat to get his family out when the Russians came, so he could focus on the resistance. In between were 100 other exchanges with Balts and Ukrainians, Georgians, and Moldovans that answered my question and exposed the new reality on the Russian frontier. LOL. Francis Fukuyama? Who's Francis Fukuyama? Darn it. In between, that answered my question and exposed the new reality on the Russian frontier. The belief that, ultimately, everyone would be left to fend for themselves. Oh, yeah. End of history, yeah. Increasingly, people in Russia's sphere of influence were deciding that the values that were supposed to bind the West together could no longer hold, that the world order Americans depend on had already come apart. From Moscow, Vladimir Putin has seized the momentum of this unraveling, exacting critical damage to the underpinnings of the liberal world order in a shockingly short time. You out? Okay. I love you. Bye, Bobo. Have a good day. Even this week, as Barack Obama tries to confront Russia's open and unprecedented interference in our political process, the outgoing White House is so far responding to 21st century hybrid information warfare with last century's diplomatic toolkit. The expulsion of spies, targeted sanctions, potential asset seizure. The incoming administration, while promising a new approach, has betrayed a similar lack of vision. Their promised attempt at another reset with Russia is a rehash of a policy that has utterly failed the past two American administrations. What both administrations fail to realize is that the West is already at war, whether it wants to be or not. It may not be a war we recognize, but it is war. This war seeks, at home and abroad, to erode our values, our democracy, and our institutional strength. Did it! To dilute our ability to sort fact from fiction. Did it! Or moral right from wrong. Did it. And to convince us to make decisions against our own best interests. Oh my God, Molly called it. Those on the Russian frontier, like my friends from Ukraine and Estonia, have already seen the Kremlin's new toolkit at work. The most visible example may be Green Men, the unlabeled Russian-backed forces that suddenly popped up to seize the Crimean Peninsula and occupy eastern Ukraine. But the wider battle is more subtle, a war of subversion rather than domination. The recent interference in the American elections means that these shadow tactics have now been deployed with surprising effectiveness, not just against American allies, but against America itself. And the only way forward for America and the West is to embrace the spirit of the age that Putin has created, plow through the chaos, and focus on building what comes next. President-elect Trump has characteristics that can aid him in defining what comes next. He is first and foremost a rule breaker. Yeah, that's what it is. I know. This was before. Not quantifiable by metrics we know. In a time of inconceivable change, that can be an incredible asset. He comes across as a straight talker, and he can be blunt with the American people about the threats we face. He is a man of many narratives and can find a way to sell these decisions to the American people. He believes in strength and knows hard power is necessary. That seems really generous, but okay. So far, Trump seems far more likely than any of his predecessors to accelerate rather than resist the unwinding of the post-war order. And that could be very bad or an unexpectedly good thing. So far, he has chosen to act as if the West no longer matters, seemingly blind to the danger that Putin's Russia presents to American security and American society. The question ahead of us is whether Trump will aid the Kremlin's goals with his anti-globalist, anti-NATO rhetoric, or whether he'll clearly see the end of the old order, grasp the nature of the war we are in, and have the vision and confrontational spirit to win it. Womp womp. Wait, where is it? Yeah, that's right, Molly. It didn't work out that way. To understand the shift underway in the world and to stop being outmaneuvered, we first need to see the Russian state for what it really is. 25 years ago, the Soviet Union collapsed. This freed the Russian security state from its last constraints. In 1991, there are around 800,000 official KGB Russia agents in Russia. They spent a decade reorganizing themselves into the newly minted FSB, expanding and absorbing other instruments of power, including criminal networks, other security services, economic interests, and parts of the political elite. They rejected the liberal democratic Russia that President Boris Yeltsin was trying to build. Well, wasn't he a puppet, though? I thought Yeltsin was a puppet. I guess I'm wrong. Following the 1999 Moscow apartment bombings that the FSB almost certainly planned, former FSB director Vladimir Putin was installed as president. We should not ignore the significance of these events. An internal operation planned by the security services killed hundreds of Russian citizens. It was used as the pretext to relaunch a bloody, devastating internal war led by emergent strongman Putin. Tens of thousands of Chechen civilians and fighters and Russian conscripts died. The narrative was controlled to make the enemy clear and Putin victorious. This information environment forced a specific political objective. Yeltsin resigned and handed power to Putin on New Year's Eve, 1999. From beginning to end, the operation took 3 months. This is how the Russian security state shook off the controls of political councils or representative democracy. This is how it thinks and how it acts, then and now. Blood or war might be required, but controlling information and the national response to that information is what matters. Many Russians, scarred by the unrelenting economic, social, and security hardship of the 1990s, welcome the rise of the security state and still widely support it, even as it has hollowed out the Russian economy and civic institutions. Yes, Carla. And create and really just drive your country into the ground. I mean, that's really, Putin's an exceptionally bad leader, if you think about it. He is like exceptionally bad. That country is failing. So, and life there, I was there in 98. That's the last time I was there. And it wasn't great. I mean, it was, it was the gangs, the mafia took it over. So it didn't feel any safer than it did in 84. Frankly, it felt less safe, frankly. Although safe is kind of a weird word, but you know what I mean. Today, as a result, Russia is little more than a ghastly hybrid of an overblown police state and a criminal network with an economy the size of Italy, the world's largest nuclear arsenal. That's what he spent his money on. Even Russian policy hands, raised on the Western understanding of traditional power dynamics, find the implications of this hard to understand. This Russia does not aspire to be like us or to make itself stronger than we are. That's right. Rather, its leaders want the West, and specifically NATO and America, to become weaker and more fractured until we are as broken as they perceive themselves to be. No reset can be successful, regardless the personality driving it, because Putin's Russia requires the United States of America as its enemy. We can only confront this by fully understanding how the Kremlin sees the world. Its worldview and objectives are made abundantly clear in speeches, op-eds, official policy, and national strategy documents. Journal articles, interviews, and, in some cases, fiction writing of Russian officials and ideologues. We should understand several things from this material. First, it is a war, a thing to be won decisively, not a thing to be negotiated or bargained. It's all one war. Ukraine, Turkey, Syria, the Baltics, Georgia. It's what Vladislav Surkov, Putin's gray cardinal and lead propagandist, dubbed non-linear war in his science fiction story Without Sky in 2014. Second, it's all one war machine. Military, technological, information, diplomatic, economic, cultural, criminal, and other tools are all controlled by the state and deployed toward one set of strategic objectives. This is the Gerasimov Doctrine, penned by Valery Gerasimov, the Russian chief of the General Staff in 2013. Political warfare is meant to achieve specific political outcomes favorable to the Kremlin. It is preferred to physical conflict because it's cheap and easy. The Kremlin has many notches in its belt in this category, some of which have been attributed, many likely not. It's a mistake to see this campaign in the traditional terms of political alliances. Rarely has the goal been to install overtly pro-Russian governments. Far more often, the goal is simply to replace Western-style democratic regimes with illiberal, populist, or nationalist ones. But he did it. Hello. He did it. He replaced America's. Oh my God. Third, information warfare is not about creating an alternate truth, but eroding our basic ability to distinguish truth at all. It is not propaganda as we've come to think of it, but the less obvious techniques known in Russia as active measures and reflexive control. Both are designed to make us, the targets, act against our own best interests. Fourth, the diplomatic side of this non-linear war isn't a foreign policy aimed at building a new pro-Russian bloc. Instead, it's what the Kremlin calls a multi-vector foreign policy, undermining the strength of Western institutions by coalescing alternate, ideally temporary and limited, centers of power. Rather than a stable world order undergirded by the U.S. and its allies, the goal is an unstable new world order against all against all. The Kremlin has tried to accelerate this process by both inflaming crises that overwhelm the Western response, for example, the migration crisis in Europe and the war in eastern Ukraine, and by showing superiority in solving crises the West could not. For example, bombing Syria into submission, regardless of the cost, to show Russia can impose stability in the Middle East when the West cannot. This leads to the final point. Hard power matters. Russia maintains the second most powerful military in the world. Well, that was then. Russia used military force to invade and occupy Georgian territory in 2008 to disrupt the expansion of NATO, and in 2013 in Ukraine to disrupt the expansion of the EU. They have invested heavily in military reform, new generations of hardware and weapons, and expansive special operations training, much of which debuted in the wars in Ukraine and Syria. And this is the old war in Ukraine, not this one. There is no denying that Russia is willing to back up its rhetoric and policy with deployed force, and that the rest of the world notices. The West must accept that Putin has transformed what we see as tremendous weakness into considerable strength. If Russia were a strong economy closely linked to the global system, it would have vulnerabilities to more traditional diplomacy. But in the emerging world order, it is a significant actor, and in the current Russian political landscape, no new sanctions can overcome the defensive, insular war economy mentality that the Kremlin has built.
Trump.
So it's an honor to be with you. We'll discuss a couple of points. We'll take some questions later if you'd like. I'm sure you might have one or two. I'd be shocked if you didn't. I'd be very impressed. But I'm honored to welcome one of the most accomplished business leaders of our time, the founder and CEO of SoftBank, everybody knows, Masa Yoshi-san. Masa runs one of the largest companies in Japan and among the most successful investment and technology companies anywhere in the world, one of the most successful investors in the world. And we've just concluded a very productive meeting, and today I'm thrilled to announce that SoftBank will be investing $100 billion in America, creating 100,000 American jobs
what are
at
they
a minimum.
Going to do?
And
what are you
he's
doing?
This because he feels very optimistic.
Really?
About
What is he going to do? What are these
election.
jobs?
And many other people are also coming in with tremendous amounts of money.
Why don't you give money to American people since you care so much about America first?
A poll was just taken. It's business is literally in 39 years, there's been nothing like it. It's been the biggest increase. Small business owners gave it a 41% jump. It's the biggest jump that we've had in 39 years. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And it's just they're very optimistic. This historic investment is a monumental demonstration of confidence in America's future, and it will help ensure that artificial intelligence, emerging technologies, and other industries of tomorrow are built, created, and grown right here in the USA. One of the beautiful things about Masa is he's very much involved with emerging technology. He probably knows it maybe better than almost anybody.
And never mind, his California rules are to die for.
Some of you remember after the 2016 election, also SoftBank committed to invest $50 billion in our
How'd that
country,
go?
and they did.
They did?
And are very
Where?
pleased to say that they kept
Where?
that promise in every
Where?
way,
Where?
shape, and form. And
Where?
now
Where
they're
is it?
looking to do 100. And I've looked at their books. They do have the possibility of doing
Really?
more.
You've
I'm
looked
going
at
to
their
ask him to
books?
do a little bit more. But first, I'm going to ask him to speak and just to say a few words. Masa, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
You.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Howard. Thank you so much. I'm very, very excited. I would really like to celebrate the great victory of President Trump. And my confidence level to the economy of the United States has tremendously increased.
I know, Neil.
With his victory. So because
What?
of that, I'm
What?
now
That doesn't even make
excited
any
to
sense,
commit,
fucker.
This $100 billion and 100,000 jobs into
100
the United States.
Where?
This is double of last time, as President Trump said. Because I say, oh, President Trump is a double down president. I'm going to have to double down, $100 billion and 100,000 jobs.
Okay,
This is,
where?
My confidence level, because that
Where are
has
these
doubled
jobs?
down. So I am truly excited to make this happen.
Go fuck yourself.
Of course, business is important. Technology is important. But one more thing I'm really hoping
How about
is
women's rights? How do you
that
feel about
this
those?
President Trump would make the world, bring the world into peace again. That's my
Why
additional
don't you
hope.
go fuck yourself? You fucking asshole.
I think he will actually make it happen.
Oh, fuck you.
So,
Nobody gives a shit.
Anyway, I'm excited to go.
You're
and
excited
we
for
were
women to die in
discussing,
parking
and
lots?
President
Good for
Trump
you,
said,
you
"Masa,
little fuck.
Double down is not enough. Maybe, go for more, right?
Yeah, why don't you just give him
Ask
everything?
Right now, would you make it $200 billion instead of 100? He can actually, believe it or not, he can actually afford to do that if he wants to. Would you do that?
Well, my promise is 100, but, he's now asking to do more. I think, with your leadership, my partnership with you, with your support, I will try to make it happen.
Okay, that's good. That's
All right.
200. He'll make it happen. 200 billion investment. That's
He is a
He
great
is a simpering
negotiator.
idiot.
He's a good man. He's a brilliant guy and did an unbelievable job. And the people of Japan and all over the world are very proud of him. They,
I don't even know who he is. What do you mean proud of him? I don't even know who the fuck this guy is.
I would be surprised if it what didn't go to 2. When you say you'll try, I know you'll do it.
I will really try. And I need your support, though.
You'll have my support.
All right.
You'll have our country's
What does that support
Oh,
mean?
fantastic.
Wait.
Thank you. Thank you.
support.
Wait.
To the people of Japan who are all watching.
Well, I'm sure our people in Japan are proud to make the partnership of U.S. and Japan be stronger. And I'm very excited to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcia. That's
Thank you.
beautiful.
Thank you.
Very
Thank
much.
you.
Please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Howard.
Thank you, Marcia. Great job.
Stupid.
It's amazing. It's a great gentleman, a great leader, and a great investor. So to have that offer made, and we have so many companies coming in now that will be announcing, or that will announce themselves. We don't have to be with them to do it, but they'll be announcing. And
100,000
as I said,
jobs
small business optimism
focused on artificial
took a 41
intelligence and
point jump.
related
41
infrastructure.
points. It went up 41 points. That's unheard of, and that's the biggest they think in recorded history. But they know at least a minimum of
Yeah, the
39
Vision
years.
Fund.
So
That's
that's
right.
great.
Who
But
said that? Lee.
on behalf
Quick
of the
search
American
shows
people,
links
I
to
want to
Vision
thank
Fund. Yep,
Masa
money
for
supplies
his
by
faith in
KSA
what's
and
happening with our
UAE.
country and what's happening with the world. There's a whole light over the entire world.
It's
Many
the Saudis.
people, some reporters, and speaking
It's
to them,
the
they
Sa-
said,
Donald
it actually
is a dirty
true.
prostitute.
A couple
Like,
of them
and
are
I love
not
prostitutes. I
necessarily
think
friends of
prostitutes
mine,
are
but they
awesome.
said
He's
it
not
is
even a
actually
prostitute.
true that
Hi, Oren.
there's a light shining over the world. We're trying to
Bitcoin.
help very strongly in getting the hostages
Oh my God,
back,
Neil,
as you
you're
know,
right.
with Israel and the Middle East.
Maybe
We're working
hoping
very
this will
much,
persuade
on that. We're
Trump
trying
to
get the war
support
stopped,
Nippon
that
purchase of
horrible,
U.S. steel.
Horrible war that's
Oh, my
going on in
God.
Ukraine,
That was
Russia,
John Jr.
Ukraine. We're going to. We've got a little progress.
What are we
it's
gonna
a
do?
tough one. It's a nasty one.
Really? I
It's
thought you were going to
nasty.
solve it in
People
a
are being
day.
killed at levels that nobody's ever seen. It's very level fields, and the only thing that stops a bullet is a body, a human body.
I feel like that's the hardest work on
and
the fucking
number of
planet,
soldiers
to
that are
sleep
being
with
killed
assholes.
on both
Come on
sides
now.
is astronomical. I've never seen anything like it, and rapidly. I get reports
Those people
every
have
week,
my support.
and it's not even, it's like just they're going down. Nobody's seen anything like it. It's a very flat surface, a very flat land. That's why it's great farming land. It's the breadbasket for the world, actually. But it's very flat, and there's nothing to stop a bullet but a body. There's no protection, no nothing, and it's what's happening there is
Well, then why
far
not build
worse
more
than people are
trees?
reporting
Duh.
for both sides.
Is that what he's going to
So
do? He's
we're
going to build
gonna
trees so
do
they
our
don't
best,
get
and we've
shot.
been
They
doing
can
our
have stuff to
best,
hide
and we'll see
behind.
what happens. But since the election, I've been working every day to put the world at ease a little bit, to get rid of the wars. We had no wars when I left office, and now it's the whole world is blowing up. But there's great optimism, and you saw that by SoftBank. Starting on day one, we'll implement a rapid series of bold reforms to restore our nation to full prosperity. We're going to go full prosperity, and to build the greatest economy the world has ever seen, just as we had
That's it. Build
just
the
a short
trees.
time ago.
Build the trees.
We had
Build
it
the
in my
trees.
term.
More
We had the
trees
greatest
for Ukraine.
economy that the world had seen. We were blowing away
can hide
everybody.
behind
Our
the
country
trees.
was doubling up on China, doubling up on everybody, and everybody knows it.
Yeah, Matt Gates found JD.
And then we had to slow it down with COVID,
All right,
unfortunately,
fuck it.
at the end. But even then, I
Build
gave it
that
back
tree.
with a
Move that
substantial increase of the stock market, bigger than it was pre-COVID.
Yeah, because he
so it
gives
was
them
pretty
whatever
amazing.
he wants. That's why
Already
you have no wars, 'cause
preparations
you
are
just
underway
bend
to slash
over.
massive numbers of
Let
job-killing
Jimmy come
regulations,
over. Jesus.
eliminating 10 old regulations for every new one. You put a new
10?
regulation on, you have to get rid of 10, and we'll be able to do it. And that was about the percentage we had. We cut more regulations than any
didn't.
president has ever cut by far, actually, by
I mean, you
approximately
might have
5
that
times.
record, but it's not good.
Some
Liar.
of those
What about the
regulations,
Kurdish people?
unfortunately, were put back on, but we'll catch up very quickly. We'll catch up with it. One of the things I'd like to ask the Biden administration, as you probably heard, there are 2 events that took place. We're talking about a friendly takeover, a friendly transition, as they like to say. This is a friendly transition, and it is, but there are 2 events that took place that I think are very terrible. One is that if people don't come back to work, come back into the office, they're going to be dismissed. And somebody in the Biden administration gave a 5-year waiver of that, so that for 5 years, people don't have to come back into the office. It involved 49,000 people.
He's literally
For
making
5
people
years,
go
they
back
don't have
to
to
the
go.
office.
They just signed this thing. It's
And
ridiculous.
suddenly, you own a sham.
So
wow.
it was like a gift to a union, and we're going to obviously be in court
He's
to
going to
stop
bust
it.
all the
other thing
unions,
is
kids. Good job,
really
union
terrible.
workers who voted
we
for
spent
him.
a tremendous amount of money on building the
Way
wall. The
to
wall
go,
was designed
bitches.
specifically by the
There goes your
Border Patrol
unions.
because it's very hard to climb.
Yeah, hell no, we won't go.
They need to have see-through. They need it to be steel because you can't cut. It's very powerful steel. It's very hard steel. It's a special type of steel, but very, very hard to cut. Inside the steel, as you know, we pour concrete, and that's a grade 10 concrete,
We're
which
talking
is a
about
very strong
loading
concrete. Very,
steel with concrete.
as though you were building about a 60-story building. It's very powerful concrete. They've made tremendous technology advances in the word concrete. Who would think that? But I know
Who
that
would
from the
think?
construction
Concrete,
industry.
so gray.
Today, what you can do with concrete is incredible. So we have a very strong concrete. And then we have a rebar.
Who has a strong
we put
concrete?
rebar inside the concrete.
What are we
and
talking
the rebar,
about?
likewise, is very hard to cut. So it's a very expensive process, very expensive wall.
What are we talking about?
And then we put a anti-climb plate on the top. You saw that. And I didn't like the look of it. But then when I watched, we had people testing. We had mountain climbers actually
What
testing.
are we doing?
And they were not able to get
What is he
over the
talking about?
anti-climb plate. So I said, all right, I guess we're going to put it on. That plate on top, which I never loved the look of it, but
Oh my
it works
God.
so unbelievably well. You have to do it.
What?
So we spent a lot of money on building it, and we have hundreds of miles that we put up. A lot of people don't realize, but we did 571
200.
miles of wall.
200
That's why we had
miles.
such
We
good
read about it, shithead.
records. In addition
You
to the fact
fixed
that
about
Mexico helped
400
us
miles.
with their military. They kept people out.
Oh, and I love
and
you.
they were actually very good under the past leader.
The tallest,
But
most
now,
beautiful tree with a katana
we had,
in the middle.
We ordered an additional 200 miles of wall.
Yeah,
It's very
unions
expensive.
forgotten, concrete
and
squirrel.
now it's about double the price of what it would have been 6 years ago.
Build the tree,
And
build the tree,
The
build
administration
the tree.
is trying to sell it for 5 cents
That's our
on the
defense.
dollar,
We're gonna build more
knowing that we're
trees.
getting ready to put it up.
Oh, arborist
And what they're
ninjas.
doing is really an act. It's almost a criminal act. They know we're going to use it, and if we don't have it, we're going to have to rebuild
Yeah,
it.
Biden is selling
And it'll
parts of the
cost
wall.
double what it cost years ago, and that's hundreds of millions of dollars.
Mountain
'cause you're
climbers
talking
tested the
about
wall, Jim.
A lot of
Come on now.
A lot of wall. I built
Those
much
mountain
more than
climbers,
I
they're
said I was going to
serious.
build. But then after it was built, I said, we can
We're
do
still talking about the
some
wall.
more because it's sort of like water people flow through.
What?
And that will pretty much really take care of it. And what happened is they just, as you see, they're trying to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. And that's really, that has nothing to do with a smooth
He's mad about him selling
transition.
it.
That has to do with
That's what it is. He's mad
people
about
really
them
trying to
selling
stop
parts
our
of the
nation.
wall. Oh my
and
God!
all it means really is that we're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars more. Not even talking about the time. Time would be pretty long.
He's pissed
But we'll
off. They're
spend
selling
hundreds
his
of millions
wall.
of dollars more
That's why he's talking about the concrete
on building the same
and
wall that we already
oh
have.
my fucking God!
And people have already come back to us that have deals at 5 cents and 4 cents, and one guy at 3 cents on the dollar, and they offered to sell it back to us at more money than it cost us to build substantially. Can you believe it? So they make a deal with the United States to buy it for pennies, and then they call us and they say, do you want to buy it back? We'll sell it back to you for hundreds of dollars a foot. Hundreds of dollars, from pennies to hundreds of dollars a foot. And we can't let this take place. Now we're going to go. I spoke with the Attorney General of Texas. I spoke to the senators of Texas. I spoke to a lot of people, and hopefully they'll be able to stop. We're going to be, having a
They
restraining
get
order.
offended at the
But just think
lightest
about how
things.
ridiculous
I mean,
it
maggots
is.
are terribly,
And this
terribly
is just people that
sensitive.
don't want this
Terribly
country
sensitive.
to succeed. And this has nothing to do with Democrat or Republican. This has to do with common sense. We won on common sense, and this is maybe
You
one
won
of the
on
most egregious
disinformation.
examples
And you
I've
didn't
seen.
win.
So the people that are buying it or
Probably.
trying to buy it are trying to make a deal with us to sell it back at hundreds of times more than we paid. And
is he talking about?
this is all because the Democrats. So I'm
I
asking
know,
today
butterflies.
Joe
I'm
Biden
sorry.
to please stop
Oh, here, wait. Here we
selling
go.
the wall. We're going to use
I got
that
you.
to create a strong barrier.
I got you.
And it worked. That's why our numbers were so good. It really worked, and it worked well. And it's very expensive to do. And I'm asking Joe Biden to stop his people from giving it away. It's something that people can't even believe is happening. So
Yeah, can you believe
hopefully
it?
Joe will be able to stop it. We'll soon unleash American energy, and I
think it was his
this will be
idea.
done at levels not seen
wait,
before,
where's my
issuing
blob?
quick approvals for pipelines,
Where's
drilling, and
fucking
other
blob?
infrastructure. It'll be clean energy, and we'll bring in
here, this
the
is
price
one.
of
We can do
electricity, and we're going to bring it down fast. We're also going to create clean coal. Clean coal is something that has really taken over. We have coal that will last for over
Where's
1,000 years. We have so much coal. And with a process,
Here we
it
go.
becomes clean coal. It's very powerful energy, unlike wind. It's very, very powerful. And we're going to be doing a lot of clean coal for the people of West Virginia and others, Wyoming, so
There you
many
go.
states. We have great
Fixed it.
states.
I fixed it.
And they'll be happy to hear it. But we're going to be
I didn't
very
fix the
much
sound.
into clean coal. I don't ever use the word coal. I use the
Sell
word
that
clean coal.
wall. Build
And
that
I'll keep
tree.
my promise to
Clean
pass
coal.
historic tax
Bullshit.
cuts for American families, workers, and businesses that create jobs
Yes, President
in
Blob.
America. As
Yes,
you know, we're giving
President
tax
Blob.
cuts if they do it here. We brought it down from 44%, 42%.
Whatever.
In some cases, it was
Whatever.
39.
Whatever.
We brought it all the way down to 21%.
To what?
And now we're bringing it down to 15, but
Oh,
only
this
if
is
they
the
make their
corporate tax
product,
rate.
their car, or whatever
That's
they're
right.
doing
Oh,
in the
wait,
United
what?
States and the U.S. And people are thrilled. I've had the
Wait, what?
smartest people on Wall Street call me. They said, "Where'd you get that idea?" And it doesn't seem that complicated, right? But it's nobody. It's like the paperclip Nobody ever thought of it. One guy thought of it. Everybody looked
Plenty
at
of
it.
time
They
in
said,
the future. Yeah, that's
wow,
true. That's true. All right,
that was a
all
good
right,
idea.
all
Why
right.
didn't I think of it?
All right, fair
but
enough.
we're bringing
fair
it down
enough.
6 more points, and that will put us really at the best level we've ever had for bringing in business. We've never been down to that level. We'll be among the lowest taxed
President-elect
states,
Blob.
and a lot of businesses are going to come in. Between that and our taxing and
Dear
tariff
President
policies,
Blob.
we're going to have business like nobody's ever seen in this
like
country
nobody's
before.
business.
That's why we're having
right.
a 41-year record in optimism from
That's right.
small
We'll
businesses
just
and
stand
big
here.
businesses.
Here, Janie, can you stand there?
And I'll keep
you
my
angel?
promise to pass historic tax cuts for
Angel
families,
Janie.
workers, and businesses that create jobs in America.
get him to sit
Any
right on the
business
white
that invests $1 billion or more in the
Please,
United
Lolo.
States
Okay,
will
all
be
right, all
eligible
right, all right, all
for
right.
fully.
There, I turned him off. Okay, I turned him off. I turned him off. All right. Trump invented Post-its. I never thought of it. It seems so simple. The best in the history of thoughts and ideas. The bird is the word about the bird. The bird is the word about the bird. Okay, we're going to take him away. Hold on. I'm going to take a bad man away. Hold on just a second. The bad man's going away. The bad man is going away. Don't worry, darlings. I've got you. I've got you. Oops, that's the wrong. Is that the right one? That's the wrong one. Boop. Oops. Wait, where are you? Is you? Where is the thing? That's not it. That's not it. Wow, where'd it go? Where? Oh, there it is. Okay. Phew. All right, Blob, you gotta go. Thanks, Blob. You did a great job. You made it a little more watchable. Oops. Oh, shit. Where is my Blob? Where's my Blobby Blob? There he is. I need a drink, and I don't drink anymore. That's right. Whose bingo card is full? Oh my God, he's not even in office yet. He's talking about immigrants coming over from the Congo. From the Congo. I need a tranquilizer. Anybody have a tranquilizer on them? Anybody? Let's go back to getting smart. Yeah, eats another edible. Why can't he just assume room temperature already? Exactly. No, Paul, don't say that. You didn't lose any IQ. Don't say that. I don't want to be responsible for draining people's IQ. What the hell? Mommy, make the mobster go away. Okay, dear, don't worry. I will. Let's see. I want to go there, right? Yeah. Boop. Okay, here we go. This is something. This is what I just picked up after we saw CEO Spineless get up there and say, "Oh yeah, sure, I'll give you 200 billion." Get a load of this guy. That's what that CEO was saying. I'm sorry, this is so low. Okay, so this is I just had to look up something about SoftBank and this little deal. SoftBank CEO Masayoshi Son will announce a $100 billion, oh, now it's 200 because, Trump's such a scamp, billion investment in the U.S. over the next 4 years. During a Monday visit to President-elect Donald Trump's residence, the billionaire investor will also promise in the joint announcement with Trump to create 100,000 jobs focused on artificial intelligence and related infrastructure. The sources said the funding could come from various sources controlled by SoftBank, including the Vision Fund, Capital Projects, or chipmaker Arm Holdings, where the firm is majority owner. SoftBank CEO will announce blah, 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 blah. Okay, so we did that. 100,000 jobs deployed before ends of Trump's term. Where the firm's majority. Some of the money will not necessarily be newly raised, but could include some funding already announced, such as SoftBank's recent $1.5 billion investment in OpenAI, the tech firm behind chatbot ChatGPT. SoftBank's son and Trump made a similar announcement in 2016 after Trump was elected, agreeing to invest $50 billion in the U.S. with the aim to create 50,000 jobs. Well, okay, CNBC, you fucking money hags. Did they? This is either a yes or no question. Okay, well, where... Someday I'll fly away, leave all this to yesterday. Okay. Well, all right. Did he? Okay, I'll bite. Trump says SoftBank. This is from 2016. Okay. Did he? Did he? Did he? I mean, okay. I gotta see. Okay. Did SoftBank jobs created by SoftBank in U.S. in oops. Hold on. 100 billion. Did nobody ask the question? Did nobody ask the question? Did nobody answer that question? I can't find anything. Hold on. I'm reading some stuff that might be interesting. Oh, they have a diversity page on their website. Trump better get on that. You better get rid of that DEI in your organization there, Mr. Masayoshi-san. That was 2021. Let me just look at this Guardian article from 2020. SoftBank joint ventures NFT unit raises $140 million from Peter Thiel-backed private equity firm. No, yeah. I'm assuming not too, but this is I have this story. I just want to show you this, what I'm looking at. The reporters have no recollection of the project announcement back in Trump's first term, so they have no idea what to ask. Okay, this is from 2020. The pandemic has left millions of Americans unemployed. I just wanted to see something about robotics, but it must have mentioned SoftBank. So I just want to see where the mention of SoftBank is. Am I going to... Is SoftBank in here? Is it? Do I see it? Do I miss it? Did I miss it? Okay, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Okay, well, that's not really helpful to me. Okay, thank you for nothing. All right, let's see what Forbes has to say. What do the fancy people at Forbes have to say? All right, this is from 2023. SoftBank Naver joint ventures NFT unit raises $140 million from Peter Thiel. Line next, the South Korea-based NFT unit of a joint venture between SoftBank and Naver has secured $140 million from a consortium led by Crescendo Equity Partners, even as the hype around digital collectibles has faded. It's all a scam. Oh my God. The money raised this year's marks this year's largest blockchain and Web3 investment in Asia. Line Next said in a statement on Wednesday. The company said it will use the fresh funds to expand its global business and develop new offerings, which include launching a global NFT marketplace, including a virtual avatar social app and developing more Web3 games. It is significant that we were able to secure this funding in the context of a globally contracting investment environment, said Yongsun Ko, CEO of Line Next in the statement. We plan to use this opportunity. Okay, I don't really give a shit about your fun little stuff. Okay. Seoul-based Crescendo Equity Partners, which said it has more than $1.4 billion of assets under management, is backed by billionaire Peter Thiel. Launched in 2012, its other investments include semiconductor equipment manufacturer Hanmi Semiconductor, whose CEO Kwok Dong-shin became a billionaire in July as investors looked for the next beneficiary of the AI frenzy, and Metapost, a Korean biotech founded by Forbes Asia Power businesswoman honoree Yang Yoon-sun. Established in 2021 when NFTs exploded in popular, Line Next is owned by LY Corp, which is the result of a merger in October between Z Holdings. Hi, Iggy. Aw, hope you're good too, babe. All right, listen, we got lots of reading here. The operator of popular messaging app Line, LY itself, is a subsidiary of A Holdings, a joint venture established in 2021 between billionaire Masayoshi Son's technology investment SoftBank and billionaire Lee Hae-jin, excuse me if I didn't pronounce that right, Korean internet giant Naver. Line Next raised about, okay, so that's all the 10 million frenzy of NFTs, in which its advocates believe could be a valuable way of proving the authenticity of digital assets. However, didn't last long. Monthly trading volume for these digital art and collectible recorded on blockchains has tumbled 94%. Can I just say, I love the losses that the NFT crowd has taken. Can I just say that? Those L's have been delicious to watch. Now, will they come up with another way to ramrod a Ponzi scheme into the American psyche or the global psyche? Hell yeah. NFTs will come back in another form and we will never remember what they were. And I don't mean we will remember what they were, but the folks out there, they'll have no idea. No clue. None. Yeah. Oh my God. PayPal, SoftBank. That's right. Peter Thiel launches Japanese joint venture with insurer Sompo. Yeah. Peter Thiel, 2021, Forward Health valued more than $1 billion in latest funding from SoftBank. SoftBank's a problem. SoftBank is a problem. Mm-hmm. So this is from 2023. Okay. That's very interesting. Now, along those lines, I have something else for you. Let me tell you. What? Oh, here we go. Well, look, it's Jim Stewartson. Well, looky there. Well, as I live and breathe, there's little Jimmy Stewartson. Peter Thiel is a danger to civilization. This is Jim's entry from December 13th. I am an atheist, but I believe in the Antichrist. Jim, you're so good. Such a good writer. Hold on, let me just move this over and make it smaller. Wow, Luigi. Okay. Great. All right, here we go. Phew, that took a long time. Trump says he likes TikTok now. That was a good one. I can be an atheist and see an Antichrist. Yes, exactly. I can see that. All right. In an interview yesterday, billionaire Peter Thiel spoke to Vichy useful idiot Piers Morgan. I don't want them to. I like TikTok. It's like Vines. Remember Vines? It's like Vines, but, like, could we just go back to Vines? That'd be fine. I don't need the Chinese to own TikTok. I'm not that crazy. I don't really give a shit who owns it. Could we just have Vines again? I'd rather have China have my data than Trumpians. I know, Paulina, is that wrong? I think we should have all the things but kick out the spies. Yes, a vishy, useful idiot. I know. All right, here we go. Piers Morgan, in an effort to normalize himself to the masses, it did not go well. Luigi Mangione malfunction. Piers Morgan asked Peter Thiel about Luigi Mangione, the cold-blooded killer who shot an insurance CEO in the back on a street in New York City. Mangione had retweeted a Peter Thiel video as well as a video from Elon Musk. Thiel's non-answer is one of the most excruciating things you'll ever see. He completely malfunctions. Oh, TikTok's kind of fun, though. It's kind of, I mean, the videos are cute. It's like Vines.
And to those who think this shooter is a hero because he did it because he said this healthcare executive was presiding over a healthcare system which kills thousands of Americans by denying them cover, what would you say to them?
Are you okay?
I don't know what to say. I still think you should try to make an argument, and I think this is there may be things wrong with our healthcare system, but you have to make an argument, and you have to try to find a way to convince people, and change it by that. And this is not going to work. And I don't know. Yeah. I mean, there are all sorts of things one could say about it, but I don't think, and I think the motives feel, I don't want to go into all the particulars here, but I don't think there's anything heroic about him.
Because he killed a billionaire, okay? And I'm also a billionaire. So there. This video went viral on Twitter because it's embarrassing, but also paints a picture of what we're facing, psychopathy at a massive existential scale. Why is he iridescent? Thank you, Iggy. Wait, is he suggesting random murders might not be the best policy approach? I think he's more suggesting that he's a little scared that there might be a Luigi out there for him. That's what I think. I think it's much more base than that. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. The question genuinely stumps Thiel for a reason. The insurance industry is a disgusting, evil racket that should be burned in a fire and rebuilt by human beings. Regardless, when it takes you 90 seconds to not say murder is bad and you struggle with an extremely simple moral dilemma, it says a lot about your underlying psychology, which is, in short, Peter Thiel is an amoral psychopath. Why does it matter? Of course, the next question should be, why does it matter if Peter Thiel has the mentality of a serial killer? Oh my God. It matters a lot. Here's an extraordinarily prescient article by my friend and colleague Dave Troy about the financial end times Thiel and the PayPal mafia have engineered for us. We'll go ahead and read that as well. After I read this. I have also written about their plans for Doge, the strategic Bitcoin reserve, and the colonies on Mars hoax. I know, typos, damn it. It's all right. Happens. Peter Thiel has built an empire based on a violent surveillance state and has inserted his companies like private intelligence monster Palantir and neo-Nazi-run facial recognition company Clearview throughout the government and law enforcement. Peter Thiel and the oligarchy more generally despise atheists. Why? As I have said many times, my tolerance for the beliefs of others is infinite. I care about people who believe all kinds of stuff that doesn't make sense to me. However, it's none of my business what's in their head. It's the very definition of none of my business. What matters is what they do. What effect do they have on the world? But psychopaths who see human as labor to exploit instead of human beings that have moral and constitutional rights see religion as a way to control people. Peter Thiel says modern atheism has collapsed to where they believe in neither science nor religion. No, he does. He looks like he just got out of District 9. Yeah. Also, Thiel or whatever his name is, Thiel thinks that atheists can't be scientists because it's too depressing for them. As an atheist, I find this beyond insulting, which is the point. He wants to make it uncomfortable for us. Atheists are an anathema to a theocracy. Max, what would you say? It's a side effect of young blood infusion. Oh my God. Do you think? No. Although I will tell you right now, there's 2 guys that helped found Google that started a live forever thing. What was it called? Something transformative or something. They started like a supplement company to live forever. So they're out there. They do want to live forever. So, I mean, that's just a thing. That was real. Peter Thiel says modern atheism has... Okay. Also, Thiel thinks atheists can't be... Oh, God, I'm so dumb. Regardless, he's signed up for a cryonics policy. From the looks of him, he may need it.
Modern atheism has collapsed to where they believe in neither. They believe in neither science,
which is so
nor
depressing.
religion. I think I'm actually signed up for. I'm signed up for a cryonics policy. But yeah, look, I think the way I would relate it to Christianity is
that freezing his head?
Perhaps there is no rational way to think about one's mortality, and so if you are an atheist who believes this is the only life you have and then it will be over, the way you deal with it is not rationally by thinking about it. If you think about it, you will go insane.
Right.
You deal with it by avoiding it, by not thinking about it.
Yes.
And then this sort of psychological avoidance mechanism, one of the things it results in is you don't even do the science anymore. At some point, it's like to actually work really hard on the science. Yeah, rationally, you're correct. You should be working on the science in order to live forever. But you'd have to think about your death too much to work on the science, and that would disturb you so much. So I think the atheists are not even able to work on the science anymore.
So, but wait a minute, because Gal, isn't he just one who kind of use religion as a way to control people? Am I wrong about that? Is he's personally not religious? Is that correct, or am I incorrect? We need to have a show about Peter Thiel. I would love to have Jim and you come on and talk about Peter Thiel. I don't think he is religious, right? Fake theocrats probably understand atheist psychology well. Yeah. I feel like theocracy for him is a tool of control. And yet I know that he has some mysticism in some of his, he talks about faith but wants to freeze his head. Well, I mean, Walt Disney did it, so as opposed to everybody else. Yeah, Peter Thiel knows my brain better than anybody, probably. No, neither is Yeah, he better exfoliate. Yeah, that's for sure. He could. I mean, if you have that much money, why would you not have a little lift? Like a little nip tuck, kind of just straighten, just smooth everything out. Oh yeah, he's religious like Trump. Yeah, but he does kind of. He seems, well, I shouldn't say that. I should read what Jim has written about him, and then I will know exactly how religious he is or is not. Please start right away. Clip them balls too. All right. In all seriousness, atheism has not collapsed. Atheism is the natural state of human beings until they are coerced into believing in sky gods and evil magic. Peter Thiel. Oh, I would describe myself as a Christian. There you go, Oren. Peter Thiel is only interested in religion because it is the most widely dispersed entry point for mind control. That's it. He He only hates atheists because we can't be terrorized by stories of supernatural beings and hellish afterlives. Of course one can believe in those. Those are beliefs. Those aren't specifically Jesus beliefs. Those are people beliefs. You know? Like, I don't think you need to believe in someone to be a good person. I hope not. But I don't know. But when confronted with his own beliefs in a supernatural God, he malfunctions again. He's trying to construct a pseudo-intellectual rationale for his blinding hypocrisy and cannot. So you believe in God, do you? I would describe myself as a Christian.
I think the atheists are not even able to work on the science anymore.
So I assume you believe you believe in God, do you?
I would describe myself as a Christian. Yes, I always think God is. I believe in Christ. I think I think
you can't have one without
God
the other, bitch.
We don't know that much about God, and the Christian view is you can only have knowledge of God through Christ. If you're strictly monotheistic in Judaism, Islam, you end up you have a certain picture of God, but it's very, very fuzzy, and God is in a deep sense not knowable. So I'm Trinitarian Christian, and that's how I would anchor my knowledge on God.
Do you pray?
So it's not belief about God that matters. It's what we need is knowledge about God.
Right. But do you pray in that case or not?
Not as much as I should.
Right. I wanted to talk to
Wow. He doesn't understand the doctrine too well. I don't know a Christian who would recognize that as doctrine. It doesn't sound anything that I would describe as my former life as a Christian. Yeah, congratulations on reading that pamphlet, Pete. As I wrote, the current vice president, that's right, he still exists. J.D. Vance first described himself, I just need some lip gloss, as a Catholic in 2019. Okay, this is really interesting. We've read about this. Doesn't Christianity have 4 different versions if it's origin story? Yeah. Hello. I'm going to tell you right now, the Nicene thing ruined it for me. Okay. The Nicene Council is what fucking ruined Christianity for me. If you're going to tell me that a bunch of fucking men are going to sit around and decide what the fantasy stories are, Piers Morgan, he's such a fucking idiot. Oh my God. Why didn't he stay canceled? As I wrote, okay, blah, 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 blah. As I wrote, the current vice president-elect, J.D. Vance, first described himself as a Catholic in 2019. Weird ass. Maybe 2. Oh. Before Peter Thiel gave Vance $15 million to run for Senate. Remember that? And started Russian propaganda video website Rumble with him. That's right. Peter Thiel and J.D. Vance started Rumble. That's right. Thiel's weaponization of religion is truly staggering. I mean, really, this is so obvious. Is this so obvious? And why are we doing this? Why are we living in this time? He's got another one. Catholic coup, J.D. Vance. I think we read this. Maybe not. Thiel's goal has nothing to do with spirituality, of course. It's just social engineering at scale. Basically, he's saying, I'm a Christian because I think the rubes need the opiate of the masses to keep them under control. As a non-believer, this seems anti-Christian. This seems as anti-Christian as it gets. Russian cosmism, young blood. People ask, why does Peter Thiel look like a big toe that's been in a wet shoe for a long time? It's a fair question. It may be, and I'm only partially joking, because he literally transfuses young blood, which was a belief of the Russian cosmists in the 1920s who were obsessed by the desire to, and this is important, get to Mars, and be multiplanetary. I note that one of the most influential cosmists, Alexander Bogdanov, died after a transfusion went wrong. Russian cosmism is also a very big influence on Elon Musk, who is willing to burn Earth to create an impossible colony on Mars.
A Russian movement that was sort of adjacent to communism was this thing called cosmism. And the cosmists in the 1910s, 1920s argued that science would fail unless it physically resurrected all the dead. And because it was directly competitive with Christianity, but then in some ways Christianity also set the normative standards that death should not be natural, death should be fought, death was fundamentally wrong and evil, not natural, not what the classical world thought. And then the communist slogan was "Workers, the world unite." The cosmists was "Dead of the world unite." And then, of course, by the time you get to the 1930s and Stalin, and you're not actually making progress on radical life extension, and you're just killing tens of millions of people in the gulags, it's not quite working as advertised.
Weimar Germany. Peter Thiel tells Piers Morgan that America in the 2020s is kind of like Weimar Germany. Yeah. So Orrin says, so he's an insane atheist who also kind of believes in Scientology and LDS church interplanetary stuff, but totally a Christian. Yeah, 100%. 100%. He really, really sounds like someone who comes to Monday night when I close my eyes. Peter Thiel tells Piers Morgan that America, blah, 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 blah. America in the 2020s is like Weimar Germany. Conventional ideas had failed, and you had to start looking outside the Overton window. The Thiel is telling a global audience that America is just like Weimar before the Nazis took over. Not because Nazis are genocidal fascists, but because conventional ideas, quote unquote, had failed in the liberal democracy of Weimar. He's saying Hitler was just looking for solutions outside of the box. It's pure fascist Goebbels level madness. It's the inflation. Have you seen the price of eggs? Oh my God. Put grandma in the gulag, but give me some $5 eggs, $4, $3 eggs. Thiel is telling a global, Okay. Thiel also says, incredibly, that we shouldn't worry about Luigi Mangione because we don't have enough violent young men to create a youth movement for communism or fascism in America. Personally, I think January 6th tells a different story.
There are, I always think that, there are ways in which the 2020s in the U.S.
I guess it's Daddy
Trump. We need to
Trump.
rethink things. There are ways it resembles, Weimar Germany in the 1920s, where a lot of the conventional ideas had failed, and you look outside the Overton window and things like this. But one way in which we're very different from the early 20th century, from 1920s Weimar, is that fascism and communism, at the end of the day, were youth movements, and they were movements of violent young men, and there was probably a lot wrong with youth movements, and of those sorts of youth movements. But if we look at the 2020s, I don't think our fundamental problem is that we're going to have communism or fascism, and even with this dramatic, healthcare killer, and he shouldn't have killed the CEO. I don't think that's actually the mainstream. What the risk in our society is that we are a gerontocracy with an inverted demographic pyramid in which the values are set not by loser, 20-something high testosterone men, but it's all being driven by 70-something grandmothers who don't want to take any risk whatsoever, and that's what I think the political challenge in our society is. It's the gerontocracy much more than the rise, some Gen Z rising tide of fascism and communism. They're not enough Gen Z people for this to ever be anything more than a superliminal movement.
What? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's South African, is he? I don't know what his background, his ancestry is. Why is he being interviewed? Because Pierce Morgan is a dick. Superliminal, like the games, liminal games, outside the box. Liminal, inside the box and outside the box. No? Okay. German, Paulina says. Thank you, Paulina. I think there are fewer high testosterone men following you than you think. A Pearson without billions saying these things would be on a 72-hour hold. Yes, Badger. But when you have $1 million, they let you do it. Antichrist. A week before his Piers Morgan interview, Thiel did a different interview, almost entirely about his definition of the Antichrist, which includes the United States, if we have the wrong president. He says, if things go wrong in the U.S., it would be the fulfillment of FDR's vision of the New Dealers running the world.
One obvious candidate for the Antichrist is the United States.
Well, I think the U.S.
Answer that without breaking my heart, please.
I think the U.S. is a natural candidate for both. And certainly the Cold War history, 49 to 89, I think Christian democracy was catacontic. I think anti-communism was the supranational, ideology that stood against the one world state of communism. And then I think, but yeah, if you want, again, this is very speculative, but if you think the one world state it's a military power, it's a financial economic power, it is somehow an ideological power, there still is a natural way where if things go wrong in the U.S., it would be the fulfillment of FDR's vision of the New Dealers running the world, and so the U.S. is ground zero of globalization, and it's ground zero of the resistance to bad globalization. We're both. That's why it matters so much. The president of the United States maybe is a catacon, maybe it's a type of antichrist, but presidential elections matter. They don't matter the president of Europe. And I think the intuition that they matter in the U.S. is correct. I'm not saying that will be the case for all time, but certainly second half of the 20th century and still today.
A couple of last.
I just, I know. Well, I mean, the thing is that he's telling us that it was incumbent upon for rich people. I mean, this is what I'm taking away from what he said, is that you have to hold on to power as a kleptocracy, because the alternative is liberalism and all boats lifting. And he doesn't, in his mind, I don't think he thinks he needs all boats to lift. He needs some imbalance. He needs disparity in incomes. He needs those things because it keeps people on the hook to buy the services that they're going to need. You know what I mean? Like, Youngblood does have electrolytes, and it is it's in Brondo, actually. Bah. Of course, FDR and the New Deal saved the United States from a depression and formed the basis of our entire social safety net. It's not a coincidence that Social Security and Medicare are now, after decades of trying, truly on the chopping block. Yeah, they do. They hate FDR. You're right. The oligarchy wants to make the population frightened, desperate, and beholden to their whims. They truly believe, and they may be right, that this is the birth of a new feudalist United States. The Antichrist that Thiel describes is doing what the Antichrist does in the Bible, lying and trying to take over the world in the guise of doing something magnanimous while turning his followers towards violence, hatred, and darkness. As an atheist, the case is conclusive. There is no evidence of sky gods, but I do believe in the Antichrist, and he is among us. Peter Thiel is a dick, and he's very, very dickish. I'm sorry. Oh my God, he made someone make me cough. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, I got more. You're not going anywhere. I got all kinds of shit. I got all kinds of shit to read to you. Wow. Let me see what else I have in here. I have some good stuff. I have some good stuff. I have some good stuff. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh, I wanted to read this. I wanted to read this. This when is this? September 9th. Sure. Okay. Maybe it's not as good as I thought. Hold on. Here's another one. Do 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 do. Oh, I know. I wanted to read this. Okay. This Commission on Security and Cooperation. This is the Helsinki Commission that we love. Are any of these dudes known for? Yeah, they are. Okay, so I've gotten money from Microsoft, from I think I got money from PayPal Foundation once. I've gotten money from Nvidia and all the software people. I got money from Draper Richards. One of my organizations, the founder of it, got a grant from Draper Richards to start her organization. I mean, I've interacted. I mean, I feel like I knew them. I don't know them now. The giving officers are different, but yeah, they've given grants, but it was always an exceptional amount of work to get the grant, and it would be something like 10,000 or 20,000. Yeah, it's a grant program, so it's all it comes off of their corporate taxes and stuff. It's part of their community investment. But you're talking about grants for an organization where I did after school programs in the Bay Area and some across the country in like Richmond, Virginia and Phoenix, Arizona. But we would get grants of like 10,000, 20,000, all, like you're always constantly begging. You're begging for food from them, like it makes me really mad. Andreessen makes me really mad. No, absolutely. I know you're not disparaging them. They do, but I'm just saying they do give. But it was always it was gross. It was just gross. I had to kiss a lot of ass for a lot of years and act interested in people. I'm totally annoyed. And grant making was I've always been upset with grant makers. There's so much wrong with grant making in this country. It's not even, and it will never get fixed because whatever, nobody wants to fix it. The American people give because they pay lower taxes. Yeah, and actually and they also get some tax relief from it, but it's more about like there's usually requirements on banks, for example, to invest a certain amount into the community. So Bank of America, we had big grants from them. I think we got a neighborhood grant once, which was like $100,000, and it was crazy. Did you ever try being a right-wing line POS? That might help get government money. No, I never did. I can honestly say. But I found this. I was looking at the Helsinki Commission's website to see if they had any hearings this week, and of course they don't. They're off the break. They're on break for whatever the end of year holidays are. And making $1 million little nonprofits keeps big scary government from doing things to help people. Exactly, Oren. Oh, we could have a whole show about nonprofits and the way they're fucking yanked around. It's so gross to me. We could do so much good in this country. We could do so much good. And I'm telling you right now, if you invest in people and give them means of having disposable income, your economy has to get better, right? Like that to me has to be the strength and the backbone of an economy is when the people on the ground have disposable income to enjoy life in addition to basic needs. Can you imagine what the consumer or whatever, what is that? The GDP of this, I don't know what it is. I don't know all that economic stuff, but can you imagine? I do know this about an economy is that if money is moving in an economy, it is growing and people are doing better, right? That's a sign of economic growth is people spending money. Well, give them money to spend, right? Make it easier to bring home. Exactly. Marginalized people can't fully participate in society, whether it's a class level or racism or anything. Anyway, this is a report by the Helsinki Commission. Spotlight on the shadow war inside Russia's attacks on NATO territory. This is just I'm just going to read the executive summary. How many pairs of pants am I going to buy? Right. But if you want to go out to dinner or you have movies or you go to, on vacation and you're putting money into the economy. Yeah, we're not even supplying the basics, housing, health, and education. We're not. We're not. Makes me mad. Wait, where am I? Yikes. Really? Yikes. Okay. Since the outset of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Russian sabotage campaigns across North America and Europe have accelerated. Calculated campaigns of hybrid warfare show that Russia's antagonistic foreign policy knows no bounds. In conjunction with its war in Ukraine, Russia is simultaneously executing a shadow war on NATO to destabilize, distress, and deter the transatlantic alliance from its staunch support of Ukrainian sovereignty. The efficacy of Russia's active measures inside of NATO stems from its nature as a, quote, below the threshold of war means of attack. However, the escalation of Russia's recent hybrid campaigns represent more than mere capers of destabilization. Rather, Russia is engaged in calculated posturing towards the transatlantic alliance to pair with its genocidal invasion of Ukraine. Hybrid campaigns can range from cyber attacks on train stations that cause scheduling delays to attempted assassination and terrorism plots. A deniable, one-off incident does not make a war in and of itself, but the scale and calculated nature of Russian hybrid threats within NATO borders since 2022 amount to a covert shadow war. This report builds on the Helsinki Commission's September 2024 hearing, Russia's shadow war on NATO. We watched that, in which experts testified to the widespread and calculated efforts Moscow deploys to destabilize its democratic adversaries across the Atlantic. To visualize the breadth of the Kremlin's efforts, Helsinki Commission staff have mapped nearly 150 hybrid operations executed in NATO territory occurring since the outset of Russia's invasion of Ukraine that have been attributed to or suspected of Russia. The identified hybrid operations fall into 4 categories: critical infrastructure attacks, violence campaigns, weaponized migration, and election interference and information campaigns. It is critical that NATO leaders are united in their recognition of the intent and extent of Russia's hybrid operations. Hybrid warfare efforts present real threats to society and democratic governance. NATO was founded to counter Russian aggression and Russia's ongoing attempts to undermine the security and stability of members of the alliance must be recognized as an affront to the foundations and core mission of the alliance. Well, there you go. Let's just see what we've got here, if there's any juicy parts. Are there juicy parts? Parts. Oh, man. Too long. Okay. What is all this? A non-exhaustive illustration of suspected and attributed Russian hybrid operations in NATO territory from February 22 to November 24. So mostly election and information campaigns and attacks on critical infrastructure. Is there anything really super cool? Oh, wait, what is it? Why target NATO? Russia's active measures against NATO countries are calculated efforts to undermine democratic values, sow distrust within free societies, and destabilize the alliance's resolved unity. NATO, as the cornerstone of Western security and a bulwark against Russian aggression, represents a direct obstacle to Moscow's imperial ambitions. Okay. I'll link that in the video as well, obviously. I know, if you can't, well, guess what? I just, it's so interesting to me. Like, what in the world is 2025 going to be like? Not that I really want to spend too much time thinking about it. So the documentary we watched was great, but I meant for us to watch The Man Who Knew About John O'Neill. Oh, really? Oh, Carla, I'm so sorry. Well, how dumb am I? I didn't. There's too many movies called that. Let's call a thing a thing. I'm so sorry. I should have asked you. Housing alone would make every other issue more manageable. I can't figure out why church state hasn't housed everyone possible yet. Right, Carla? Right? They could. They could. And I've seen some churches and communities do really good work around helping their neighbors. I really have. But you don't need a sky daddy in order to do that. You can do that as a human, right? So, I don't know. There's that. All right, let me see what else I got for you. I got stuff. It's multiplying. And I'm losing control. I'm so sorry, you guys. I should have. Oh, I'm so sorry. God, I feel like a doof. I'm a doofus. Doofus. Let's see. Oh, I think we did read. Did we read that? I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh, yeah, there's this too. Wait, what? This one is this. Oh, all right. Let me do this one. So tiring. Glide Church. Yeah, Glide Church in San Francisco. Amazing community support. I've seen small Methodist churches in communities. That's the church I used to go to. I went to a Methodist church for many years, and they were great in their communities for the most part. I mean, the couple that really stand out, but they just did service. Like it wasn't trying to oh, Putin's false flag state terror reminded me of John O'Neill. All right, Carla, I'm sorry I missed that. Oh man. Sometimes I just run too fast. I wanted to read this one to you. Let's see. It's so tiring. ATF braces for a likely rollback of its gun control efforts. Yep, more good news, folks. Just great news. Here we go. This is from December 14th. Many federal agencies are bracing for the Trump era, but few are likely to face the powerful backlash that awaits the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, which pursued an aggressive gun control agenda under President Biden. Oh, really? You wouldn't know. The ATF, under its Biden-appointed director, Stephen M. Dettelbach, has been more proactive on gun control than at any time in its recent history. It has pushed through rules to curb the proliferation of the untraceable homemade firearms known as ghost guns, clamped down on devices that make firearms deadlier, and regulated unlicensed firearms sellers who operate at gun shows or online. Why haven't we heard more active information? Why? That earned praise from gun control groups and drew the enmity of Republicans, including President Donald Trump. He is almost certain to pick a proponent of gun rights as director or simply leave the job vacant, as previous presidents have done, leaving the small and embattled bureau rudderless and vulnerable. The man who knew too much was great. Wait, what is the... All right, Carla, I'm going to find it. But the biggest threat, in the view of Mr. Dettelbach, may come from the Republican-controlled Congress, which is threatening to cut the budget for the federal agency. Its core function is fundamentally apolitical, joining with local law enforcement to trace weapons used in crimes and dismantle trafficking rings by providing intelligence and technical assistance. People who don't think that law enforcement, including ATF, has anything to do with driving down violent crime are just wrong. It didn't happen by accident, said Mr. Dettelbach, sitting in his sprawling, slightly disheveled office. Well, that's kind of a read at the Bureau's Washington headquarters this month. What I am concerned about is that the people will take their eye off the ball. They'll either get complacent or political or some combination of those things. Oh, the one we already watched. Oh, the man who knew. Oh, now I know where I went wrong. Womp womp. Said Mr. Dettelbach, a former U.S. attorney in Ohio whose low-key Midwestern style. Who is this writer? Is this the fashion section? What suit was he wearing when you talked to him? That belies his willingness to take actions that have elicited political attacks and legal challenges. That will result in more people getting killed. There he is right there. The ATF faces a deeply uncertain future, and there is little doubt that difficult times lie ahead, perhaps in the form of even deeper funding cuts aimed at punishing the agency for the flurry of regulatory actions he undertook. Even before the election, congressional Republicans already succeeded in cutting the Bureau's budget. In the 2024 budget year, they inserted a $47 million cut to its modest $1.6 billion annual budget at a time when other federal agencies were seeing increases to keep pace with inflation. That's a fucking huge cut to a budget. Wow. During the campaign, Trump repeatedly promised to immediately fire Mr. Dettelbach and to quickly reverse many of the Biden administration's most important changes. In the interview, Mr. Dettelbach said he planned to quit before Mr. Trump took office. Mr. Trump in speeches has singled out a rule that increased regulation of so-called stabilizing braces that make it easier to use a pistol as a long gun that is easier to aim. He has also pointed to Mr. Dettelbach's effort to expand background checks on weapons sold at gun shows to include private kitchen table gun sales and online firearms marketplaces. Quote, under a Trump administration, all those Biden disasters get ripped up and torn up during my first week, but maybe my first day in office, Mr. Trump told a gathering of gun rights activists during the campaign. That Mr. Dettelbach has become a favored target of the right is unsurprising. But at a time of his selection in 2022, many on the left viewed him as something of a middling pick. After President Biden's first choice, David Chipman, a fierce gun control activist, floundered. Yeah. Mr. Dettelbach's aggressive approach eventually earned him the support of officials in liberal states who have worked closely with the ATF and are now bracing for 4 years or 40 of policy reversals and the possibility of even deeper budget cuts. I suspect Louis Freeh played a role. Yes. We're going from having a real partnership with somebody like Steve Dettelbach, who is accessible and believes in safe communities, to a situation where the new director, in all likelihood, isn't as concerned about the ravages of gun violence, said Keith Ellison, the Democratic Attorney General of Minnesota, and the person who should have been the head of the fucking DNC. But okay. I mean, nobody's trying to take away your guns. That's been the biggest lie ever, he added, referring to a common refrain by Trump on the campaign trail. But we need a partner who is doing everything they can to stop mass shootings, individual shootings, and suicides. The botched 1993 raid in Waco, Texas, coupled with the bungled gun trafficking investigation during the Obama administration, known as Operation Fast and Furious, have made the Bureau a scapegoat and fundraising magnet on the right. Many of its 2,600 agents and 700 inspectors are politically conservative gun owners themselves, hostile to what they perceive as Mr. Dettelbach's liberal agenda, according to interviews with the Bureau's rank and file over the past year. But even career officials sympathetic to Trump are concerned about the anticipated about-face could adversely affect the Bureau's core functions and of interdicting gun trafficking, processing gun and ballistics traces, and offering assistance to local law enforcement. One person who seems to have privately voiced some of those concerns is Pam Bondi, Mr. Trump's choice to run the Justice Department. Ms. Bondi, who worked with the ATF as Florida's Attorney General, has expressed a preference for a relatively non-ideological replacement for Mr. Dettelbach to fulfill the campaign's law and order promises, according to two people familiar with the situation who spoke on condition of anonymity. Oh, will she be having them arrest Donald Trump? Okay. Transition officials have told gun rights groups that they do not expect Trump to pick an ATF director before next spring, but caution that he is just as likely to tap somebody on impulse at any moment without consulting them Oh, butterflies, your daughter called. Oh, love her so much. Oh, love her. Yeah, when an agency doesn't perform well, cutting the funding doesn't help. It's kind of funny how that works. Maybe you need to look beyond just what the amount of funding is. Transition officials have told gun rights group, oh yeah, blah, 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 blah. Oh no, this is right. That's right. Those said to be under consideration are Blake Masters, a far-right conservative. Oh, is that what we're calling him now? Yeah, I think Kid Rock will do a great job at the ATF. That's right. Oof. Blake Masters, Peter Thiel's right. He grew out of Peter Thiel's neck. Yeah, he grew out of a vein on Peter Thiel's neck, and there you go. There's Blake Masters. I mean, look it up. Let's see. Close to the financier, Peter Thiel, who mounted a failed bid for a House seat. Yeah, how did he lose? How did he lose? Athena to Thiel's Zeus, maybe. Maybe that. What's that little guy that runs around with the things on it? Paul. What's the little guy with the wings on his feet? Ted Nugent. Oh, even better. Blake Masters. Blah blah blah. Peter J. Farcelli, a former bureau official who wrote a book on the Fast and Furious scandal. Got to make a buck. Yeah, Freddie Mercury. Larry Keane, the head of a gun manufacturers trade association. That sounds great. And several current and former top ATF officials, including Robert Cicada, Daniel Board, and Rick Dressler. All sound like very boring people. Mr. Dettelbach, for his part, said he would have wanted to remain in his job if Vice President Harris had been elected. He has spent his final days visiting offices around the country where he has emphasized the advances law enforcement made under his leadership, expansion of the Bureau's crime gun intelligence centers, increasing the reach of ATF's national ballistics database, slowing the proliferation of deadly and illegal gun accessories known as Glock switches, and streamlining the inspection process of federally licensed gun dealers. Asked if he was alarmed that many of his would-be successors had publicly vowed to reverse every policy action he took, Mr. Dettelbach offered a somewhat surprising answer. He was more concerned that Trump would appoint no one at all, creating a leadership void at the Bureau akin to the 7-year stretch of interim directors that preceded his own appointment. I believe very strongly that the president needs to appoint a permanent director, he said. Republicans control everything at the moment, and their inclination has been to cut. I think having a permanent director gives ATF a stronger voice in everything related to the budget and other things that come up. Isn't it cute? He's acting like this is normal. That's so cute. That's so cute. How sweet. Can't fucking believe it. Cannot fucking. All right, let's see. I think I have one. There's a place for us somewhere, a place for us. What's this? Oh, I wanted to read this. Yeah. Granthar's hammer. Yeah, whichever. Meh. Meh. In a display of fealty. This is from 2 days ago, I think. I don't know. Maybe yesterday. I don't know. It was a week of frenzied activity as Silicon Valley billionaires and their companies brandished checks and compliments for the president-elect. There's Mara Flarto. I'm just really sad. Can I just tell you guys that? I'm just really sad. Bye, Neil. See you tomorrow. It's a good idea. It's really sad. It's just sad. Oops. All right, here we go. Bye, Neil. See you later. The $1 million donations came gradually and then all at once. Meta, Amazon, OpenAI's Sam Altman, each of these Silicon Valley companies or their leaders promised to support President-elect Trump's inaugural committee with seven-figure checks over the past week, often accompanied by a pilgrimage to Mar-a-Lago to bend the knee. The procession of tech leaders who traveled to hobnob with Mr. Trump face-to-face included Sundar Pichai, Google's chief executive, and Sergey Brin, a Google founder, who dined with Mr. Trump on Thursday. Tim Cook, Apple's chief executive, shared a meal with Mr. Trump on Friday, and Bezos, the founder of Amazon, planned to meet with Trump in the next few days. This was the week when many tech companies and their top executives, as reluctant as they may have been, acknowledged the reality of getting business done in Mr. Trump's Washington. What? As reluctant? They didn't have to give money. I'm sorry, everybody. I apologize for the fucking idiotic. I'm not nothing. Wait, you're misunderstood? I understand you. I love you. I love you, Carla. You feel sorry for Karine Jean-Pierre. Yes, they have attacked her from day one. The maggots are even worse. Oh, I know. I do feel sorry for her. She seems exhausted, and I don't blame her. He still won't get any real celebs for the inauguration. I'm not sure about Elton John. I know Elton John might do it. He's an idiot. Sorry. When you're an idiot, I'm going to call you an idiot. Oh my God. With their donations, visits, and comments, they joined a party that has already raged for a month as a cohort of influential Silicon Valley billionaires led by Elon Musk began running parts of Mr. Trump's transition after endorsing him in the campaign. While businesses frequently try to get on an incoming president's good side, the frenzy of tech activity stood out from other industries. Until President Obama's administration, the tech industry had largely stayed aloof from politics. Some wrote just small checks for Mr. Trump's first inauguration. Yeah, we're going to watch that. I love you, Carla. Are you kidding me? I adore you. Now, the bread breaking with Mr. Trump has become highly public. Meta and Amazon, whose founders had previously been criticized by Mr. Trump, said they would donate $1 million to Mr. Trump's inaugural fund this week. Sam Altman, the chief executive of OpenAI, the high-profile artificial intelligence startup, said on Friday that a $1 million donation to Mr. Trump's inaugural fund would come from him personally. So here's my issue. I fought for every dollar of every grant with data, with glad handing, with all of that. I fought for every $10,000 grant, which basically paid for nothing. It was absorbed into salaries and payroll taxes and everything else, if I could use it for salaries. Unless I had to use it for, like, photocopies. Yeah, Elton said we shouldn't have legalized weed. He's an idiot. Bye, Carla. I love you. You rock too, girl. You rock too. It's all pathetic. I'm hoping I can make it for the next 4 years without blowing my retirement plans. Was hoping to get off the corporate wheel in 2028. Girl, we need to support you. Morning. Did you see? Yes, I did, Tom. We watched it. No, 200 billion. That's what he said. He said 100 billion. He said 100 billion. Then Trump tried to make him say 200 billion. It's all a lie. And it's all terrible. And no, we don't win. That's for sure. Trump could really punish blue states by enforcing federal marijuana law. It's true. That's not a joke. Now the bread breaking with Mr. Trump. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So if you gave $1 million to an after-school program, do you understand what that could do? That was like 2 times our budget. And that was at our height when we were doing like some national programs and we had some other partnerships and stuff like that. That was at our height. It was 500,000. So to have $1 million would have been like life-changing. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you all. Fuck you all. And Jackie has some good stuff on Sam Altman too, right? I'm pretty sure. We should look at Jackie Singh's stuff about Sam Altman. President Trump will lead our country into the age of AI, and I am eager to support his efforts to ensure America stays ahead, Mr. Altman said in a statement. Nonprofit contributions to inaugural committees, which host patriotic-themed events around January 20th, are low-stakes, time-worn ways for companies to seek favor under the guise of patriotism without being pegged as overly partisan actors. On what fucking planet is this not overly partisan? On what fucking planet? New York Times, you can suck my dick. Other tech leaders have also praised Trump. Mark Benioff. I'm really mad at you, Mark. I'm really mad at Mark Benioff right now. The chief executive of Salesforce and the owner of Time magazine posted on X the Thursday that it was a time of great promise for our nation after Time awarded Mr. Trump its coveted Person of the Year designation. We look forward to working together to advance American success and prosperity for everyone. While women die in parking lots, Mark Benioff, while women die in parking lots, are you going to celebrate that American success? When migrant families right now are scared beyond belief that their loved ones or themselves are going to be ripped from their homes and sent back to a country that they hardly know or don't know at all? Really, Mark Benioff? Who's your fucking stupid wife? Who's that cunt? She runs fucking foundations. Is that it, Mark Benioff? Is that your American success? Is that your American success when people die? Are you fucking kidding me? The turnabout has been especially stark as some tech executives who made donation pledges or met with Mr. Trump this week had appeared to be avowed liberals. That included Mr. Benioff and Mr. Altman, who were among the most politically active Democratic tech donors during Mr. Trump's first term. Mr. Brin publicly protested an immigration order for Mr. Trump in 2017. Well, that's all different now. In a statement, Nazi bitch Caroline Levitt, for Dump, said, Dump has built the broadest political movement. Fuck you. Fuck all you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. The New York Times has sued OpenAI. Blah, 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 blah. The latest moves brought the tech industry's backing of Mr. Trump to an even greater critical mass as early tech supporters spoke out about their giddiness for the incoming administration. This is going to make me so mad. Mark Andreessen, who I have been yelling at for 2 days now, an influential Silicon Valley venture capitalist who endorsed Mr. Trump during the campaign, said in a podcast interview that he spent about half his time since Election Day working on the presidential transition. He framed Mr. Trump's win as a cultural moment for techno-optimists. Oh my God. It's morning in America, so I'm very happy, Mr. Andreessen said. People are finally poking their heads out of the frozen tundra of the culture and realizing that it's actually okay to build things, to hire on merit, to be racist, celebrate success, step on people, fundamentally be proud of the country. Really? When women are dying in parking lots, Mark Andreessen? When women are dying in parking lots, children are dying. That's it. That's it, Mark Andreessen. You happy now, you stupid fucking son of a bitch? You know, I'm going home to Silicon Valley for the holidays. I think I'm going to bring my dinosaur. Fucking ass. I fucking hate these people so much. Mr. Andreessen has joined tech executives such as Mark Pincus, who's another one who founded the gaming company Zynga. I remember. Oh my God. We worked with Zynga on some gaming stuff around after school programming way back in the day. Way back. And they were just like this little company, like startup, like gonna try and do some fun things. David Marcus, a former Meta executive at Mar-a-Lago, to help staff the new administration and to work on reducing regulations in industries like AI and cryptocurrencies. I'm so sad right now. I can't even. I'm so sad right now. Peter Thiel, a tech investor who was involved, blah, 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 has been less involved this time. What? 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 Who wrote this? Who the fuck are you? Theodore Schleifer. I cover campaign finance. Oh, look at me. And David, fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, I'm just so angry. I am so angry. I can't read that anymore. I can't read it anymore. I'm so mad. I love my job, Lee says, but Trump is so horrible for what my companies and the Trumpers at the top are celebrating, trying to keep my head down for the moment. Yeah, I mean, that's really all you can do, Lee. It's so pasty. They're all pasty dudes. Yeah. I don't know. Not financial advice, but I would look into any government bonds that offer 4%. Yeah, I don't know about. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about that. I've never been good at fixed income instruments. I was always like a stockbroker, retail options, stuff like that, retail stocks, mutual funds. So I never really traded like commodities, and I didn't trade fixed income instruments per se. I mean, I knew basics about fixed income instruments, but I really wasn't an expert in it. So I defer to experts on that. But yeah. I don't know if the government bonds are going to have any backing, Tom. I think you might want to rethink that statement. What's going to be our credit rating when this idiot takes over? I believe that in the 1960s, everyone who dealt with abortion really believed that people would be pro-abortion if they knew wouldn't be pro-abortion if they knew the horrible outcomes. Yeah, I think they did, but that's not really the point. They just want to control. It was all about, I mean, that's why that movie Bad Faith is so good. Because it really, for me, helped me understand like how racially driven the anti-abortion movement is. And I didn't necessarily do the intellectual connection of those dots, but I see more now. And because of the back alley abortions, yeah, of course. Yeah, that was like frightening. I can't believe I had more rights than my daughter does now. I cannot believe that. I don't know how anyone voted against the lawyer lady. Yeah, Texas and Tennessee are hiding maternal mortality rates. Yeah. Yeah, women are dying. Birthing people are dying. People are dying. And they don't have to die. Children are parentless, but they don't have to be. We're not stop. I mean, the mortality rates are oh my God. And the data, oh my God. Remember COVID and the data? Oh my God. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm depressed. I'm going to have to figure out how to be a little more like, I need to uplift. I want to know why men hate us. Yeah. Why do they hate their daughters? I know, Tom. I know. There's a lot of great men in the world, actually. There's a lot of great men. I know, me too. I woke up, I guess I did wake up a little cranky. And this has not helped. But I need to find something for us to you know, laugh or I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Let me see. Mm, 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 mm. Israel carries out heavy strikes on Syria's coast. What are we doing with Israel? What are we fucking doing? Why are we allowing them to just run roughshod all over their fucking neighbors? You know? Like, why? The lie about Kamala. Oh my God. You know what? The thing is, butterflies, I remember that shit from the fucking 90s. I remember them painting her as someone who sucked her way to the top. And it's absolutely fucking disgusting. And I'm offended by it as a woman who had to work in a corporate environment run by men in the 80s and treated like shit. So I take personal offense at all of the weird ass fucking sexual shit that they put on her. It's disgusting. I know BB's going hog wild. Fucking sick of it. Blah 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 blah. Oh, here we go. Oh, we're gonna read this. Well, I said it was gonna be a good day, but no, we're not done yet. This is from today's New York Times. A constitutional convention? Some Democrats fear it's coming. Some Republicans had said that a constitutional convention is overdue. This is what we have to watch. This we have to watch. Apparently, Israel bombed the building full of intelligence reports, so. Jesus. All right. As Republicans prepare to take control of Congress and the White House. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Mm-mm-mm. And the White House, among the many scenarios, they've been doing this for decades I know they really have, haven't they? They really have. Now they might have I don't know. I mean, this is going to be something to be watchful of. Many Democrats at Night is an event that many Americans consider a historical relic, a constitutional convention. The 1787 gathering in Philadelphia to write the Constitution was the one and only time state representatives have convened to work on the document. But a simple line in the Constitution allows Congress to convene a rewrite session if 2/3 of the state legislatures have called for one. The option has never been used, but most states have long forgotten requests on the books that could be enough to trigger a new constitutional convention. Books that could be, some scholars and politicians believe. Some Democratic officials are more concerned than ever. In California, a Democratic state senator, Scott Wiener, will introduce legislation on Monday that would rescind the state's 7 active calls for a constitutional convention, the first such move since Trump's election to a second term. Well, that's a good idea. Thank you, Senator Wiener. Mr. Wiener, who represents San Francisco, and other liberal Democrats believe there is a strong possibility of a runaway convention. They say that Republicans could call a convention on the premise, say, of producing an amendment requiring that the federal budget be balanced, then open the door for a free-for-all, in which a multitude of other amendments are considered, including some that could restrict abortion access or civil rights. Quote, I do not want California to inadvertently trigger a constitutional convention that ends up shredding the Constitution, Mr. Wiener said in an interview. Representative Jody Arrington, a Republican from West Texas and chairman of the House Budget Committee, has been a leading convention proponent. He has introduced legislation that would require the head of the National Archives to track state applications and has said that a convention should have been called in 1979 when he believes enough states had requested one. Well, then there we go. Well, since 2016, the year Trump was elected president, the first time 9 states that had Democratic-controlled legislatures have been concerned enough that they rescinded their decades-old requests for constitutional amendments, sometimes with support from their fellow Republican legislators. They feared that they were leaving open the door for a Republican-led Congress and state legislatures to pursue a conservative revision of the laws underpinning national governance. The Founding Fathers set almost no rules governing how such a constitutional convention would work. Article 5 of the Constitution says that the document can be amended if legislatures in 2/3 of the states, now 34 out of 50, agree to convene for the purpose. But it does not set guidelines for how the gathering would function. If the convention produces a proposed amendment, the change would still need to be ratified by 3/4 of the state's legislatures. So there's some hills to climb. Oh, begging Joe to pass the ERA on his way out. They have 3 days before the end of the year, Orrin. It's not happening. They have 2.5 days, actually. Following last month's election, 28 state legislatures will be controlled by Republicans, 18 by Democrats, and the rest will be split, according to the National Conference of State Legislatures. Yeah, the whole drones hysteria is proof how easy the uneducated are to being manipulated. Yep. And that's all they're talking about is the drones. The founding document does not say whether 34 states need to agree on the specific amendment topic or whether signaling that they want a convention for any reason is enough to trigger proceedings. There is no explanation of whether each state at the convention would get 1 vote or more, whether topics not on the agenda can be raised, whether lobbyists or special interest groups could participate, or who would referee disagreements. Constitutional scholars are unclear how even the most basic questions would be resolved. The whole drone hysteria is... Oh, wait. What'd you say? Convention for proposing amendments. Oh, my God. Can't. More than 34 states appear to have standing requests to change the Constitution, some dating back more than 150 years, according to the Article 5 library. Oh, I want to do this. I want to see that. We'll come back to that. A bare bones website that scholars pointed to as the best known repository of applications to change the Constitution. What's a good distraction? Weed? Yeah. Internal screaming about Clinton and don't ask, don't tell. Obama on abortion and adding Biden on. Yep. Do it, Orrin. Do it. I love it. The list reads like a chronicle of generational concerns. In the early 20th century, more than 20 states wanted to insert anti-polygamy laws into the Constitution. In 1949, 6 states wanted to create a, quote, world federal government. Many of those applications remain active. In more recent decades, some states have sought to install a balanced budget requirement for the federal government or give the president line item veto authority. At a congressional hearing focused on budget matters Wednesday, Mr. Arrington said that not holding a convention in 1979 was a constitutional travesty. Travesty. The guys on the island near Boston Logan were not expecting locals to have drone tracking equipment, which works. You know why? Yeah, and Southie. What? Near Logan? Okay, let's see. Blah, blah, blah. At the hearing, David Walker, a former Comptroller General of the United States, said that several states were planning to sue Congress for failing to call that convention. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? There are people hungry right now, and these guys... More weed. The congressman, through a spokesman, declined to be interviewed, and Mr. Walker did not respond to a request for comment. It's not clear how seriously Republicans would pursue a convention. Some Democrats have dismissed concerns as overblown given the legal ambiguity around how to convene one and the fact that 38 states would have to approve any constitutional amendment. Difficult to imagine in a polarized political area. Read something about alien invasion. Yeah, I did. I heard some nonsense. Or it's looking for a dirty bomb. I heard that too. Still, Mr. Trump has said that he wants to change the 14th Amendment. I don't believe any of it, by the way. I don't know what it is, and I don't actually give a shit, all right? I don't give a shit what the drones are. They're not important to me. Mr. Trump has said that he wants to change the 14th Amendment so that it would not grant citizenship to anybody born in the United States. Ending birthright citizenship. You've heard that. Rick Santorum, a former Republican senator, has pushed conservative state houses to call for a convention, saying at a news conference on the matter last year that Washington is never going to fix itself. Well, CNN, why don't you fire Rick Santorum as someone who's just unredeemable? Irredeemable? Irredeemable. It was, what's her name? QAnon Rep 2.0 from January 6th committee posted it. Oh. Someone tell the rubes in Jersey that flying a hobby drone is perfectly legal if you follow the laws. Seriously, who cares? I mean, I know why. It works so well, though? Man, these fucking little, shiny objects, if they're not done by someone, boy, do they work well. Yeah, do not Google Santorum in the Urban Dictionary, because you'll see a picture of Rick. It's very scary. Rick, blah, blah, blah. Aaron Chemerinsky, the dean of the University of California, Berkeley School of Law and a constitutional law expert, called the concerns of Democrats very legitimate. Quote, the fact that we haven't had one since 1787 leads me to believe it's unlikely to happen, but we're in an unprecedented time in American history, so it's hard to make predictions about anything, he said. It's all uncharted territory. In California, Mr. Weiner wants to do what he can to make sure that a convention will never take place. Well, I mean, it's okay if a convention takes place, but look, can we do it for the betterment of all people and not try to destroy our government? California's oldest call for a constitutional convention stems from 1911, when the state supported one that would allow for a direct popular vote of senators instead of having legislatures elect them. That proposal became a reality through other mechanism outlined in Article 5. 2/3 of both houses of Congress proposed the 17th Amendment, which was ratified by the states in 1913. That path has produced 27 amendments, the most recent of which came in 1992 to prevent members of Congress from giving themselves pay raises. Roseanne Barr, my bad, tagged on Blue Sky. Oh. Yes. Oh, Roseanne Barr. Whoa. What's all these drones flying over my house? Guess what? They can fly over your house perfectly legal, and there isn't a thing you can do about it. Yeah, talk to your rep. Many of California's 7 calls for a constitutional convention relate to fairly mundane topics such as campaign finance reform and motor vehicle taxes. California is also among the 6 states that wanted to create a world federal government, a request that remains on the books. That's us. And we want to head it. Project Blue. Oh, no. If Mr. Weiner's legislation is enacted, California would follow the path of other Democratic-led states that have withdrawn their calls for conventions since 2016, including New Jersey, Oregon, and Illinois. New York most recently did so by passing a law this spring that rescinded all of its previous applications, including one from 1789. And by that, I meant go ahead and Google Santorum in the Urban Dictionary. While most of California's proposed amendments are dated, state lawmakers did approve a request last year by Governor Gavin Newsom to pass a gun control amendment. His idea would prohibit civilians from buying military-style firearms and install universal background checks on firearm purchases. Mr. Weiner's bill would rescind Mr. Newsom's proposal, along with California's 6 other standing requests. Mr. Weiner said he had not yet had a discussion with the Democratic governor about the legislation, which would not require Mr. Newsom's signature. A spokesman for the governor pointed out that this measure came with poison pill language that would void his request if other states used it to convene a convention on another topic. None of the other 49 states have pursued an amendment similar to Mr. Newsom's, which some of the governor's critics considered politically impossible and an attempt to generate national attention. Given the broad control that Republicans will have in Washington next year, other Democratic-led states may be motivated to rescind their constitutional convention requests. Lawmakers in Vermont, Massachusetts, and Connecticut previously introduced resolutions to take back their applications, but all those measures stalled. By the count of David Super, a professor at the Georgetown University Law Center and an expert on constitutional conventions, the highest number of active requests for a convention on one specific topic is 28 for a balanced budget. But, he said, if Article 5 is interpreted as allowing any request to count towards convening a constitutional convention, the 34-state threshold has already been reached. Quote, if Congress declares under whatever crazy counting theory the convention advocates support that we've met the threshold, then we'll have a convention, Mr. Super said. I want to show you, too, there is an organization that I have been following for a minute, and it is the Convention of States or something. Oh, here's I want to show you this. This is I'll link this too, but this is the website that they're talking about that tracks all the requests for an amendment to the Constitution. So I'll link that too. That's kind of interesting. But let me just scare you. No. Let me try and scare you. It's convention. Hey, anybody find those 50,000 jobs that SoftBank was supposed to create before 2020? Anybody find that? Anybody find a link to the hell? Anybody find a link to those 50,000 jobs? No? Convention of States. Of States. All right. So this is some major assholes. Here we go. Here's the major assholes that are really pushing for this. I mean, there's a bunch of people pushing for it, but these guys are crazy. Convention of States action. Conventionofstates.com. I will not be linking. Well, actually, I will link this in there. Let's see what they have. Well, they're asking for money. Oh, wait, this is a petition. Sign the petition for an Article 5 convention. I support the Convention of States, a national movement to call a convention under Article 5. Restricted to proposing amendments that will impose fiscal restraints on the federal government. Well, they kind of limited themselves, didn't they? Oopsie poopsie. So they actually self-limited themselves to amendments that impose fiscal restraints on the federal government, limit its power and jurisdiction. Oh, well, wait a minute. Never mind. They didn't limit themselves. I'm just kidding. Oh, rain. Okay. Well, don't give them your data, okay? Please. Why call an Article 5 convention? Why? Simple. To bring back power to the states and the people where it belongs. Wait a minute.
You want to get to the point. You want to get to the point, mister. Now, what is it? What are you trying to tell us?
Oh. Okay, here we go. Simple. To bring power back to the states and the people. Where it belongs, damn it. Unelected bureaucrats like Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. Wait a minute. In Washington, D.C. shouldn't be allowed to make sweeping decisions that impact millions of Americans. But right now they do. It's true. So it all boils down to one question. Who do you think should decide what's best for you and your family? Yeah, that's really the question we're trying to answer. In case you're not paying attention. You or the feds? Yeah, right. We'd vote for the American people every single time. That's right, baby. Is it safe? Is it safe? Absolutely. Article 5 includes numerous safeguards that protect the U.S. Constitution and ensure that only widely approved amendments are adopted. Why are you worried? What are you worried about? The strongest safeguard? Any amendment proposed by the convention goes through the exact same ratification process as amendments proposed by Congress. Hello? It must be approved by 38 states. That means if only 13 states vote no, the answer is no. It doesn't get much safer than that. Yeah, what are you guys worried about? What are you guys worried about? What? Why are you so worried? We want you to have money. Well, maybe not you.
I need some coffee. Oren, you can have all you want. The snow has saturated the ground. Oh. You know, I can't, yeah. It's so cold. Oh my God, I'm goofy. Well, there you go. That was hopefully made you laugh a little bit at the Convention of States. I know, Lee, it just makes me happy. I don't want to overdo the voice, right? I don't want to overdo the voice. But there are just too many moments when the voice really helps it make it just a little more easy to read, you know? Jane, you just missed a whole bunch of nonsense. It's all Peter Thiel and shitty white men. That's really what it came down to this morning. Now they've dumbed down the people enough to completely manipulate. Oren, you're right. And here's why I keep saying this. I understand. I absolutely understand that there are many factors that led us to the point where we have elected someone that is about to take rights away from people rather than giving them more rights. Okay? Bottom line, that's what I understand. I understand there are many reasons we got here. But I desperately, desperately feel, and I will not shut up about it, that disinformation and mind manipulation through media, through Congress, through just the ecosystem that has risen over the last 10 years, especially in the media of right-wing bullshit, the algorithm, Cambridge Analytica, data matching and farming, all of those things, but they all came through one major initiative, which is mind-fucking people and creating enough reality and or doubt about reality in their heads that they will act against their own interests. Right? Hi, Teresa. Oh, it's good to see you. So I really am not going to shut up about the fact that disinformation as the tool is what got us to this place of great dysfunction and voting against interests. Because without the disinformation, without the mind-fucking mechanisms, and without that media piece, I don't think we would find ourselves in necessarily the same position. I don't know how we would have avoided it because I thought there were smart people at the helms, stupid me, because I was naive and I thought that there were some people in Silicon Valley that for the most part, people in Silicon Valley actually were left-leaning. I really thought that. I really thought they cared about women and girls. I thought they cared about that stuff. But they don't. Or they do, and they lie to themselves that they do. But what they really do, yeah, I think they did. I think you're right, Oomph. But when it comes down to self-preservation and preservation of wealth, I think that, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But I don't see anyone standing up and saying, oh, wait a minute, this is not what I had in mind. You know what I mean? I blame the internet. I know it's just business, but I knew those people. And I really thought it wasn't just business. And that's where my naivete comes in. That I thought that I can't see those people as people who would have let us get to a point where we have this type of administration coming in and this type of I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know. I mean, yeah, Jane, they are, but I mean, they acted really different when they were one-on-one with you and you were talking about what you do. Eliezer Yudkison? Who's that, Jane? I don't know that name. It's easy to have a good feeling about yourself, oneself, if one believes they are progressive, yep, and care. But when making insane money, everything goes out the window. Well, I think it's a real preservation of wealth. Yeah, I do. And here's the other thing. Oh, the AI safety guy. Yeah. Here's the other thing. The other thing that it is that yeah, we should be proactive, but I don't know. What does that really mean now? What does proactive mean now? Oh, your copy of Cecilia's book on Svalbard is on its way. Oh, I think that's going to be lovely. I just love her. They care more about regulations. Yeah, they want to deregulate. I think that certainly the social media giants are wooing Trump so that they don't have Section 230, abolished or whatever. They want to protect their bottom line. And I don't know. Women are dying. I just don't know. Birthing people are dying. I don't know how you do that. I don't know. That really this is very antithetical to the things they told me when I was sitting in, conference rooms talking to them about what is possible. All that research we funded so that they would give us money because that's the only way we could do it was to get some kind of data. God, we worked so hard. We spent actual money on evaluating our programs to prove to people that when you give girls a voice and give them choices, and you do that over a sustained period, and you have caring adults who don't try to control what children do, but help them, enable them to do it, and be there by their side and cheer them on. Should have trusted my gut. I should have trusted my gut. Yeah, effective altruism, BS, futurism, and then I guess it just all comes down to money. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. And the Christo-fascists are out there with their end times. That's right. Heifer International and that microloan organization have shown, yeah. Yes. Heifer can work. I love Heifer. I actually know the founder's daughter, and she's an amazing human being, first of all. And yeah, I spent some time. I got to know her, and she's amazing. Yeah, and I know things that are happening in like the Rockefeller foundations and other things where they're doing kind of phone transfers and stuff like that, financial empowerment in developing countries. I think those programs are really good. I think those programs can be really positive. I mean, the data is there. When you give money to a female-led household, their living circumstances improve by exponential growth. It's literally decades and decades of research about financial empowerment of women in developing countries. All of the data is fucking there. All of the fucking data. But that's the problem. The point is, really, and maybe the Silicon Valley assholes don't realize this, but I can't believe that they don't. They don't want an educated, empowered populace. because the billionaires know that when we have an educated, fulfilled populace that has housing and healthcare and education and food to eat and food security and da 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 da, when you have a population like that, that seems to be very scary. Bunker cannibal wizards. It grows yes, there's data. It grows the well-being of the entire community that those women reside in. When you invest in women who are heads of household, when you invest in women, period, not even heads of household, when you invest in women and give them money and empowerment to create a better life for their families, their entire community improves. The data is there. It's hard data too. It's hard fucking data. But, whatever. But let's have women. Hey, Mark Benioff or Mark Andreessen and Mark Benioff, all the marks with a C. But you want women to die in parking lots. I hope your daughters don't die in parking lots. I fear they won't. They'll die somewhere very peaceful. I blame Freakonomics. I blame it all. Yeah. But I'm a gazillionaire. I want to be a space god. I want to be a space god. I know. So fuck everyone. I don't know. Ah. If I were a boy, I would understand. All right. Well, onward, right? There's still more of us than there are of them. Well, and I actually think there will be some kind of a general strike would not be a bad idea. We'll have to see. But my mind is in that mode of where's the action steps. January 18th, I guess, is going to be a People's March. I'm glad they're rebranding that from Women's March to People's March. I'm tired of gendering things that don't need to be gendered. This should be a People's March. It's Zod, not God. Yeah. Yeah. So there will be a reckoning. I mean, that's kind of seems to be the natural order of things, I guess, in some ways, right, Max? Societies seem to move back and forth in some ways. I don't know. Oh, maybe. New Superman movie coming out. Fantastic. Oh, I found Concave or Conclave. No, Concave? No, Conclave. Yeah, I understand your feelings about the CEO thing, but the groundswell of frustration with corporate greed is pretty nice. Oh, no, I understand. I just don't want people to get murdered. Vigilantism to me is a dangerous slope. That's all. That's my personal opinion. I know people have strong feelings about that. I'm not trying to police anybody's feelings about that murder. I personally don't think that's the answer, but, I'm definitely at the point. I mean, I have told a pharmacy person that I would kill myself if I didn't get the medicine that I needed. So I know what the extreme emotion of dealing with medical situations is in my own little tiny way. Yeah. None of this would be happening if Techno Geeks had just got laid in college. Oh my God. Not without seizing the assets. Take the assets. Yeah, I guess. Oh no. But who? Who takes the assets? Who takes the assets? Yeah. Shame that current events preclude awakening, but out of our control. Yeah. You watched a good video on PsyOps? What video, Paul? The U.S. healthcare system needs a total overhaul. Yep. Medicaid. Medicaid works, actually. I mean, I was not on Medicaid. I've not been on Medicaid, but it does work. It does work. Well, fight, fight, fight. Fight, fight, fight. All murdered exec estates all automatically a sheet to Medicaid. Yes! Oh, that's what it is. Okay, Oomph has a great idea. Now I get it. I'm sorry, Oomph. Seize the assets of all of the passed away CEOs and put it into Medicaid. I think that's a great idea. Whoop, whoop. My latest question about AI and crypto is about them trying to make USA people pay in gold for crypto. And how are we helping the climate with all the power? Oh my God. Oren, you are so right. Paul, Chase Hughes on YouTube. Okay, let me just make a note of that so I don't forget. No, don't forget. Don't forget. Chase Hughes. Okay. All right. Here we go. Okay, I got him. I'm on Medicaid. It rocks. Yeah, I've been on Medi-Cal, which is a state-run, and it was great. I mean, yeah, it was great. No, I'm actually going to say it was great. When I was on Medi-Cal, it was fantastic. I got my medicines, la la la, everything was fine. It's when I was on private insurance and I left my job. Okay, when I left my job and I was on private insurance, that's when all of my medicine shit went to fucking hell. Because I paid for Cobra. Oh, Medi-Cal is Medicaid. Sorry. Thanks, Max. So I was on Medi-Cal for a minute when I was when I first had a nervous breakdown. And so yeah, but it was a great system. It was a great system. The fucking it was no, I understand that. But I'm just saying like Medicaid and Medi-Cal and all the state Medicaid, those work. Those work. You know, like yeah, I might have I have to wait the same amount of times for specialists under Medi-Cal that I did under private insurance, okay? So you cannot fucking tell me that Medi-Cal is somehow less, effective than it is. Focusing on the real problem of billionaires and large cap finance control of capital. Oomph, you are absolutely correct on that point. Thank you for bringing that up. That really the focus isn't on the people that are doing shitty things, yeah. They're part of a system that does really shitty things. ACA, Obamacare, Medicaid all work. It's not perfect, but it's access. Yeah, but you know what? I think I've had some better care under Medi-Cal than I did under private insurance. And there is no reason in this country that people should have medical debt. There is no reason. And it just makes me so sad that one of the things the Biden administration did was cap the price of drugs and, like, yeah, I am happy with the groundswell of frustration with CEOs. I actually am. You're right, Oren. There's something to be said for the national awareness that rich people are not the paragon of society, right? That they are not, they're actually, that insurance companies in particular are definitely fucking people over. So it's just the state probably pays up faster with less dispute than the private insurance. Oh yeah, that's true. Now you have to look for your doctors. The gay 90s called. You have to look for your doctors, but I found them. It's not like I couldn't find doctors that would take Medi-Cal. Of course there were doctors that did it. It wasn't a problem. And I loved them. The doctors were great. Watch for measures to force people go on advantage plans. Yep. Yep. But I don't know. I don't know, y'all. I'm just a girl in the world. I had a neighbor who lost 2 homes before he rented beside us for medical bills and lost his bakery. sickly, a hard worker that puts people in an early grave. Yeah. No, I think there is there really is such a hard worker, and that puts, yeah. The thing about it is that, and I feel this way about some social movement, like different changes in the world, I guess, or world kind of view. Oh, you had to come inside. Is that I don't I don't know I don't know how we can allow this. I don't know how we can allow. Here's this wonderful guy who owns a bakery, and he loses everything. And it is all for corporate greed. I'm glad I think there will be a reckoning, just like there's a reckoning with gender. And I hope that those reckonings result in a world view, I guess, that really puts the power back in the hands of people. That we do rise up against corporate greed. Oh, Madison, Wisconsin school violence. But that day isn't today. That day is not today. But now we know what we've got to do. Now we've known what we've got to do. Let me just see here. 3 dead, including shooter, 4 injured in school shooting. Abundant Life Christian School. The police did not fire their weapons. Scanner feed from Broadcastify. Oh, wait. Where are you? I'm reading Steve. Steve Lookner. Guys. Yeah. Oh, that's good, though. Yeah. Wait, what? Madison, Wisconsin. Oh, no, you've got an actual ex-girlfriend in the area? Let me see. It's on Buckeye Road. And it says, including the suspected juvenile shooter and 7 people transported in school shooting at the Abundant Life Christian School in Madison. 3 people have died. Got to get God back into schools to stop this nonsense. That's right. They didn't have enough God. Wait a minute. It was a Christian school. Yeah. And said now 5 are dead and 5 injured. Okay. Hold on.
School or whatever.
Where's the school? The school is down the street. You worry about it. Okay.
I'll see if I can find another.
Is the situation that is happening right now in Madison. This is Scott Duffy, former FBI special agent, joining us here with the latest. And Scott, I know this is terrible news to be a part of and talk about, but just what can you tell us here from a perspective of hearing as these numbers continue to grow right now?
Yeah, and again, prayers and sympathies and thoughts to all those, everybody at that school, not only the families of the victims, but everybody at that school as they're going through a tremendous time during what should be a peaceful and holy season upon us. So It's yeah, I imagine many schools are gearing down for winter breaks and here most likely the final week
Oh,
of school that this had to
God, Orin,
happen
that's a lot of loss.
um on the first day of this week is very sad. So what is law enforcement doing? Law enforcement is doing exactly what they trained. What a fantastic conference by the chief, also on the heels of having just had their quarterly training and then of course talking about paramedics doing their side of training and so it sounds like their training has kicked in as we see across the nation in any type of.
And we have not received any word.
Not only for Madison, but for our entire country, where yet another police chief is doing a press conference to speak about violence in our community, specifically in one of the places that's most sacred to me as someone who loves education and to someone that are in schools. So I'm gonna tell you what I know. I'll answer any questions that I can. There'll be a secondary briefing that our PIO will let you know about, okay? Around 10:57 a.m., our officers were responding to a call of an active shooter at the Abundant Life Christian School here in Madison. When officers arrived, they found multiple victims suffering from gunshot wounds. We train on this almost quarterly. The last time we trained on this as commanders was approximately 2 weeks ago. The protocols are simple. Stop the killing, stop the dying, find out who's doing this. And the officers did that, and they did that adamantly. We had officers from around the county and around the state that came in support of this particular incident. Officers located a juvenile who they believe was responsible for this deceased in the building. Additionally, the officers began administering life-saving efforts to anyone who was wounded and making sure that those persons were transported. What we know is that a total of about 7 persons were transported from this scene to area hospitals for treatment. We know that at least 3 people have lost their lives, including a juvenile person. I don't have any other information about those persons who have lost their lives, and I'm not going to release that until we have, of course, spoken with family members and ensuring that they are fully aware of this tragic, tragic scene that occurred today. I want to thank all of the law enforcement partners and community members that came out to help, our friends at the ATF. I've gotten calls from my friends at the FBI, the State Patrol, the Sheriff's Office, Monona Police Department, our fire department. It goes on and on and on. Because this is something that we all prepare for, but we hope we never have to do. As you can see, we have a unification center that was immediately set up where parents and guardians and loved ones and grandparents wanted to get information about their loved ones, and we wanted to make sure that they were unified immediately. So we were doing more than one thing at one time. We're still going through methodically clearing that school, clearing every vehicle, and making certain that there's no other threats to this community, which we believe there are none. We immediately alerted our mayor's office, and I've been on the phone with her and her office constantly. We also alerted Madison schools. We put the schools on lockdown, but there's no threats to the MMSD schools at this time. But we wanted to make sure that we did our due diligence in this particular case. Again,
no, the shooter was dead when they arrived,
collecting
Paulina.
evidence, collecting information, making sure that our community is safe from what is a sad day for our community and for our country. And we have to do a little bit better. I don't have all the answers that you want right now, but I will tell you this. We have some of the best officers in the entire country. Our detectives are amazing. We're going to go and work hard and go through this scene so that we can piece together what
according
exactly
to this,
happened. Again,
3 people are dead.
In about
1
2
of them
hours.
is the
If I
shooter.
have additional
They are a
information,
juvenile.
I will certainly let
That's
you know
been
what
released.
that information is. Again,
There is a rumor
around
that there may be up
10:57
to
a.m.,
5
officers
deceased, but
responded
that has
to
not
an
been
active
confirmed.
shooter. They responded per our protocols. They found the person who they believe was responsible, who was down, deceased. We know that it's juvenile. We know that there are other persons who have lost their lives. We know that we've transported about
The
7
insurance?
people
Oh, that's
after
interesting,
giving them
Jim.
life-saving measures. It's important to notice, too, that about 3 miles from here is our training center. Today, our special event team medics were in training. And so they got to practice in real time. They left the training center immediately and came down here and doing in real time what they were actually practicing for. And that's why training is so important and making sure that we can provide the best possible training and the best possible response for our community members. I'm asking everyone to send your heartfelt wishes and prayers and thoughts yet again to a community, but this time it's my community. Dylan?
Yeah, can we start over here with questions?
Chief, you mentioned you're a father, you're the police chief here in Madison. What emotions are you feeling right now after going through all that?
To be honest with you, I'm feeling a little dismayed now. So close to Christmas. Every child, every person in that building community.
Right there.
Before we go any further.
But police didn't. They never fired their weapons.
That is correct.
Correct.
Let's follow that one question.
I don't know if it's a male or female, but the police department did not fire their weapons. Thank you.
Here, Scott.
Are the 3 fatalities you mentioned including the suspected shooter?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
3 total.
That's correct.
Are the 7 that was transported, are the 3 fatalities within that 7 or addition to that?
Yes, within that 7. Yes, thank you.
Was the shooter a student at the school?
We believe the shooter was a student at the school. Yes.
What can you tell us about the status of the other transports?
We know that they range from minor injuries to life-threatening. I know that's a huge, spectrum, but that's what we know now. And so we need everyone, again, to send your thoughts and your prayers out to them. One thing I do know is that we have some of the best medical care in the country.
These gunshots it's silent in there except
5
for
are
all
dead.
the cell phones that are ringing and the loved ones desperately trying to connect with them after they hear the news of a school shooting. They want to hear, how's the little boy or little girl doing, and just they.
I can't. I'm not doing that part. We don't need to do that part. Literally the most dangerous time of the year. Yeah. Yeah, it's all speculation. But here we are. I don't know. We'll find out. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of pain. There's a lot of pain in that kid. Not that you shoot anyone to get rid of your pain, but I think I think we should look, also at what pain are these kids going through? What pain are we putting children through that we never really even realize until they find a gun and shoot someone in the head? So a Christian student shot Christian people. Got it. Well, you never know. I don't know, Paulina. I don't know. I don't know. Here's what I do know. Tonight, I'm going to have a space, and we're going to try to just be together, do our normal stuff on Monday. I don't have any kids, but my items are always locked except the one in my pocket. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, Tom. So tonight, space. Yeah, tonight they'll blame the LGBTQ people. Yeah, of course. That's right, Oren. The spinning begins. That doesn't bring back your child, though. This sickens me knowing they won't do anything about it, the Second Amendment, but the Republicans won't do a damn thing. You're right. I know, I love you too. These, there's so many good people in the world, really. I mean, kind of ridiculous that all this negative bullshit comes like screaming through. Irresponsible parents, I guess so. I don't know. I don't know what happens. I don't know. I don't know how this happens. But I do think, it'd be nice. I always thought listening to kids was really good. And, but there's so many things that go into a child deciding to take risks like that. You know what I mean? Or to have such anger and be unable to get support. And you know what the thing about kids is? This is something that I realized when I was a mom. Is that I think one of the most tragic things about kids is that they don't really control their surroundings. Even teenagers, they don't control how they spend their days. They don't control how they, you know, their lives are more regulated, right? And so I always believed that the more choice you were able to give a child and the more kind of um, agency, to make decisions for themselves and, still providing guardrails and, all the good stuff that parents should be doing, right? But I always thought that if you really were able to look at your child and just say, you know, like, help me help you. Like, what can I do for you now? What can I do for you right now? You're really upset. How can I help? You know? Like, I just think listening to kids and really understanding that they don't have control over their surroundings in the way that we as adults do. And I think we forget that when we become adults. I think we forget what it was like to be a kid where you really had other people controlling your day to day. And I don't know. I think it's not perfect, but I really think that I don't know. I think if we listen to kids a little more, like, I don't know. That sounds really stupid. When I say it, it just sounds really stupid. But I think that's where a lot of the kid angst can come from, is that they just feel so unempowered to, I don't know. I'm going to stop. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a high girl on the internet. But I don't know. I know that I'm right. I mean, I know I'm right in some regards because I just think I've seen more positive interactions come from kids in distress when I approach it by listening and, uh, you know, being a support than bringing a hammer down. Okay. Just time after time with high school students fighting and beating each other up and cheating and doing all the things that high school students do. My successes were so much more amazing with when I was able to take a step back and say, more of the, how can I help you? How can I help you in this moment? Right? And it didn't always work. I got told to suck my dick a lot. Kids are really good at that. Hey, miss, suck my dick. They would call me miss, though, which I think was really good. Hey, miss, suck my dick. Yeah. Anyway. But still, they are awesome. I'm sorry. I think teenagers are great. I think they're so fucking great. I just think you operate is where I learned to say it. It might be where I learned to say it. No, I think I've said it before, but no, it might be where I learned to say it. It was kind of a popular saying. I will say that. It was kind of a popular weapon. Oh my God. Yeah, uncensored. Your space is one of the only things to look forward. Oh, Teresa, you're so great. Yeah, so we will have our space tonight on Twitter, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. We always learn more from them than they do from, oh, fuck yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes. Yes. Or talent to understand that children are people. I know. And that's, it's kind of a good place to start. If you start with the fact that children are actually little people or whatever, yeah. Yeah, I definitely learned more from Bobo. even now than I did, like I do. So I'm definitely not mother of the year, but anyway. And I wasn't always a great high school administrator either, okay? Sometimes I was a really shitty high school administrator. But I did sincerely believe that those kids had potential to do whatever they wanted to do, and they were kind and they were smart and they had a good view that that there should be justice in the world. And I love that. I love that about young people. Yeah, I respect them and they respected me, well within reason. They only don't respect you when you probably earn it. Lolo, I made J Herb buy me a coffee mug that says world's okayest mom. I fucking love that. I was a cool mom. Butterfly says I was the cool mom, but they couldn't get away with things. Oh my gosh. Yes. I find going to classes that I teach as much as I learn. Absolutely. Oh my God. It was constant. It's constant. But yeah, I don't know. I do believe that the children are the future. Oh yes, good. I love the cool moms. I listen to them as well. I know, right? Yeah, cool moms were great. I always wanted to be a cool mom. New in Discord. Awesome. Okay, so let's talk about what's going to happen this week. Okay. So tonight, space, 5 p.m., blah, blah, blah. Oh, no, in Discord. Okay. And then, what was I going to say? Okay, so 5 p.m. tonight. Tomorrow morning, wake and bake. Wednesday, wake and bake. Thursday, wake and bake. And we've got hearings every day this week. Well, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We have hearings. So you don't want to miss it. And then also Wednesday night, I want to show the movie you sent me, that really campy movie. And then I was thinking of the documentary that we just saw, whatchamacallit? Wait, what was it called? Oh, the Steve Bannon one. So I think what we'll do is Wednesday, we'll do a little the early show will be the campy movie, we'll do the early show, the Steve Bannon movie, and the second show will be the campy movie. Oh, thank you. And then on Friday, we're going to show on Discord Princess Bride. So Princess Bride on Friday. And Eurosleaze. What's Eurosleaze? Eurosleaze, yeah. So I'm going to play that on Wednesday. And yeah, I'm going to show the Princess Bride on Friday. And let's see, what else? Oh, and I think there's going to be an afternoon show one time this week. I can't remember what I was thinking of. It might have been for tomorrow. I can't remember now. But I think there's another hearing in the afternoon, which will give us a chance to catch up with any afternoon headlines. Anyway, all right. I've kept you long enough. My God, it's almost 4.5 hours. You can show it? Oh, wait. Let me do it. Now I know what you mean. I'm sorry, Oren. I'm not very fast on the uptick, if you haven't noticed. All right, hold on just a minute. Don't switch. Just leave it alone. That's my face. Oh, wait, what's that? This is Oren's mug from J Herb, another lounger. As y'all wish. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Oh, I can't. Well, anyway, you can see world's okayest mom. And there's me, and there's our fire. Yay! Hi, Oren. World's okay. J Herb, you're brilliant. You win. That's a winner. That is a winner. Winner, chicken dinner. Very nice. Very nice. All right, my friends. Well, Have a wonderful rest of your Monday. Fuck Monday. Fuck everybody. And just resist. Don't obey in advance. Still trying to figure out exactly if I'm doing that or if I'm not doing it. I'm not even sure if I'm obeying in advance. I'm trying not to, but if I am, please let me know. And we'll laugh tonight. We'll do something fun. Maybe we'll have special guy. I don't know who's going to show up, if anyone, but I'll be there. And Gal will probably be there, and maybe Jay Rance will be there. Thank you for letting me. Oh, Paul, love you. Hey, Paul, don't you worry about what are dark comments. Girl, don't you even worry. Are you kidding me? You're part of this group whether you want to be or not, okay? So guess what? You take me with all my crying and my pissing off and my this and my that. Oh my God, darling. You're right where you need to be. Don't you apologize for shit. Okay? No apologies. I'll raise you 3 dark comments and 5 doom. Yeah, Oomph says hold my beard, Paul. You want dark comments, sweetheart? I got your dark comments right motherfucking here. Oh, goodbye. Oh, bye, bye, Paulina. Bye, Lolo. Thank you, Lolo. I'll see you, hear you, and read you all around. Whoop, 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 whoop. I love you, Paulina. Thank you so much. Beautiful soul. Beautiful souls, all of you. See here, everyone at 5 in the places. Yes, thank you so much. Peace out. Have a great Monday, and I will see you tonight or tomorrow morning. Don't worry. All right. Don't worry. It's only Monday. All right. I really do thank you. Thanks for coming. Let's hope the rest of the day is a little more peaceful. And I am thinking about the children and their families in Madison. And I hope someday we learn our lesson sooner rather than later so that no one else has to suffer. All right. Good night, or good night. Good night, everybody. I'm going to bed. Ooh, that was a Freudian slip. All right. I'll see you guys later.